meya every yana yana kemo yemiraye meya obra you arabo oma meya every yana emina kemo yemiraye meya every yana ese oma meya every yana obra ya sameya every yana oma meya every yana yamo yemiraye meya yamoni oma meya every yana abra boya yamo yemiraye meya ama erayo oma meya every yana obra you arabo yamo yemiraye meya every yana sikanye bredo wafa timpawo weyes na winya nyamishira mama ni paya zefoa enuanum yafanya misronya juma na nyami besrayen obra ya boya amoya muraye ebe ya efri yanara amabe ya efri yanara
yeme mobi ache mobibi akwaba eba Anopa Bosuo so our Unity Radio 103.9 in Worcester, Massachusetts. Say ayo a new voice this morning. King Kalusha at a Matamejemu, another person sitting for Oppo National. Oh my no, Ebeya, Lefimino. Obibia de kakra boma and Omani Bay. So line up in his and never here. Okay, see some kakra. Now if you call political arena no mu. Na yakobi bi semba kumienu bi mu. Enche minia Manicho Magandi Margarito bempemi wasem. The Worcester version of Erizato. Obaka be coming studio near the media bro. But in the meantime no, you be call Oppo National ho. Since you walk kopie mo 233 Mill Street. I want na yenya Ken Asafueje and omeda na ye Teresa Asafueje. And you be call Oppo 233 Mill Street. Now we try for Nikaka. I'm my dear Koso or Mill Street. And may you feed any fear, say, my feeding in Naya. Unity Radio. And I'm commoding Ashe. Maybe once again, it's King Kalusha. Don't flip the dial, keep it locked. Keep it locked over here. Because there's something about a moonjam, pa, so don't flip the dial. Keep it locked on Unity Radio 103.3. Omani be ya na efia mpa efia nkasa na be ya mo man ayi na bibie tu akoso yakuso ahwese ebe nya Oppo na Oppo atwa mfoni kakra aman na ewo enua bema honorable Ken Asafueje yere Teresa Asafueje ne view you know so ma start bibia akoso na behwe ma Oppo afre na otwa mfoni kakra man na ehu de akoso ewo duadie na se nti manyu afidie ni mfia se manenda haya na hana nkomodani na ewo manyu afidie ni mfia me basisi ya
Mumu daya eshenitirim mumu tirimu asem Unity Radio nkwani enim Unity Radio ya jibe bia boso.
You are listening to Unity 103.9 FM.
Masa enya ho boga ya ho Ghana sanse kuntunhwe anachi aneko afisem hu hia papa ampa watena bro kirache de na ekoso awunchi agira watie Unity Radio dia nka sanse timen ada edam frama mu seyo Unity Radio killer bia dadi
asampayetia Obanyansa Fuso Opuni Frimpong wan kana asam Wafu to some kakre wa supreme. Yo coffee, oh my ya woman, oh man ya mama. Any baby ako, watch out ya waren. One son, one nipa, asa dipa wo fio ye. Ya mo embera ye, ebe ya efu ya na. Oh my ya woman oh, oh my ya mama na. Ati wa ya no ra, ya mi chata, ya mana renya. One son, one.
Enche yebekwa umane so na yakohwe se yenua Opo national na otwa mfoni enoma ekoso ewo enua ba Teresa Asafuejen every evening ewo 233 Mill Street na wabon nkomo kakra ho den se menya Opo ewo line so a mena ntwetwe nkomo kakra Opo so timenka
yeah ken kalu meton ka live and clear minim ka so timenka
meton ka live and clear memo achi na enoma mutisen say me sure say wakokopia enua Honorable Ken Asafuejen wife Teresa Asafuejen view 9 AM to 12 you know akopia say 233 Mill Street Worcester see pacho wetu twamfoni enoma ekoso ama kaka
yo ken kalusha me da se me chest people in answer no kai said odi ka kai no na abo wonder you na one announcement it was very unfortunate about 2 or 3 weeks ago and one of our own, Yamamia, and then one of Worcester Codium. Some of us there, you don't know what direct relationship and friendship. Like I said about Kuma for Ura Ken Asafuejen, and then Nipa, Oma me call a word there. Now, me buy not me offer Orientema, me buy Worcester, and then I'll get it so me offer sooner or here radio, no, Abba, and then through his me call word FM. And see, another kind of for Jimmy, you know, and your personal relationships are very long time, and for that matter, may to you be and you know, and again, Juma Nami here for the state, and no one so and right can for J. And to say, your corner crana, you know, trade Juma, so Mr. Codium, how is a mayor, and governor, I will be share the Ghanaian community every time. Going to work and Asafuejen will do work with me. He's a community person, sometimes somebody who dedicates his time for the community. And see, a cover and idea taught Nenino, not just a toy in so and definitely no Unity Radio will have to be present here to mourn with him and also tell people what is going on here. The atmosphere is very, very encouraging. Ghana for actually Nipa the Guhano, King Kalu Esoni Sekase, Doshi Nipa, Obafra, and the Sian Oko, the William Mail Street in Hokona, Bedia, can they price chop Anna Ewono, Hona Wako Party because I am Mapa, Ama, higher Mapa, so what is it? And Madi Bisa so much, I've been the demon so ever. It's a higher money, it's ultimately not just a King Kalu, and yesterday, and then Libra, a response of a Nina said, yet, as I yet before, you say we are seeing her any we are only passing through, but never got a transitional stage for us. I represent the breed, and now so over anything. Said yes, the King Kalu, Nipa, as when he has a cat. A higher mapa, papa. So be Samia, na Senia, a general, so what is the answer, which we have taught to them and happy, Yamawa, how is it?
Yo, boy, I better sit down, say, Obekono, Osha Kena, only Honorable Ken Asafuejen. Oshana, ona ne yire ko baby Oshana, the muti saying, the dimini saying. Bema esi bema na num edru anyunu but Oshana it is anyuan
the team na no ti hodi wa boko nipa bebra bu so ko bebe so tene nchen se oti se de kakra wa tira bi na mewe ma ye hwe e ma bi ne nim na ye bi ya last respect but we start very omu na ya dia so first mu na do ase a medem ha ye ma celebrate no kan ni nipa no de doso and penny for what expected from when another balance in next number be do her. And yes, I go can ten. Can it can call it study musical kind of higher money for a new panel to do an hour and penny for expected from the Alabama in our after penny for after for who the authorities of the city are still fairly good in so who's the right inside now the whole city they can grow money no one sorry for this to great the occasion. I saw many could get a willing for could get in our and your Anthony every EK Cashman when after flew all the way about the Greece occasion. The King Kalu said a mechanic. I'm not trading you about the duty and yet the Agroka. I also over day. In the May, we take solace in the word of God. If you are Mohana, dear sanity, they are a high transitional stage for our lives. They are in COVID, which is so far so good. Working at the budget or come surrounded by family, friends, and of course, the leaders of the church. Which is so far so good, King Carlos.
All right, last words, Ben, I did my Worcester mine. Now I'm to me, I'll butch you. Say, what can say? Depend be a bit more. But last words, Ben, I'll catch him now. Mombrana, Boy in your can as a Fujina. On to me and quite the year. I say, the day viewing or channel back to see mum. Now, no, I'm fun to 3 time there. 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. in Tipacho, Unyan Koya, Bomodiana, Sisi, until last words. And then everything job.
View will not schedule from 9:30 to 12:30, and then the barrier follows immediately after. To don't know person about when I'm into an over normal wire and we can about the support. Just like I've been saying, the community and you know it's with two of work and support with two no child. The community and support the community and the boy. This is the time to show our love. King Kalu Manu, we have Manucho, may show the video so I will fetch my by one night. Also, in I bring us as a awesome community. I have a better and work for G, and also now, oh, yeah. And Drew maybe say, no, now I was a visit chair or top because so two church communities are at the end point, Mr. Time I would have more panel and the community as almost a door editor. We are hoping, saying, if I don't know, it's been by a bit me about no more about the former. If you answer to me, every maybe also to me because you so we uncle down that and I never have to work another for J. But watching out the other two so you uncle down on that sanity. Yes, we will get to why in Kuja. And King Kalu so beside me, I'm not sanity. So I'm a person back. All I can say is that well, baby, the program is running from now to 12:30. But how much I said Barry and the Fiha 12:30, I think to 1:30 now. Hope Cemetery, Unity Radio, Chiriwa. It is so far, so the I want to make a sacrifice. After looking at my case that I know, King Kalu, now, say, we and especially me, Metro, Menam Yabrane, Menam Yewino, King Kalu, at the end of the day, we will all go just like my test is going. Okay, when you share their mind, we will love one another and live in humility. Because that is the essence of our presence in this world, to love one another, to be there for one another, and to live in humility. In Tanzania so far, I think that is what I can say. If you are later for America, so far, Sofu Isaac Jamra, SD Sofu Ajakataguna, and Chemse, or the Radiation Babanchi, a little later, no, and some of the studio, so back for the second time, no reporter. Then we can talk to some of the people around, and you can also hear their views and all that.
Okay. Oh, any better was Sinti, Reshu and Manase, and remember my best Bahona, or what the Fana Yama, Nansana, Ebia, Edinburgh Cemetery, and Edelaco. It better was CP, Auntie. So you're
I'll be German, Namakon, catch a manager, and Misha, because we should be Facebook, blue, come, I know, and Benevosi is so crazy, him. I just say, may have
Oba Chelsea, I don't know.
I reach what to school near program be and then Masha Michiame call reach your program and city at Chelsea. Hey, is that the obsession? I said. One big family. What bad table now? I say parliament. You always in session. You always in session. But
because my second and third one's number. And because of a year, Michelle, red and black, I'm going to say, I said blue, and I'm going to say,
oh, 7 my camera bomb them a Chelsea. They are them, me, John Mahama. I mean, starting time. It's about 2004, I'm starting to follow football there and can sure some more Chelsea because I really love the team. ACN, Drogba, Salman Kalou, Malouda. I mean, I love those players. They are always in my heart. But unfortunately, me started to football, not Chelsea, keep fit club. Now Abramovich is so that I saw, maybe I didn't have the vision, maybe I didn't have the foresight. So it's just unfortunate, but I don't have anything against them. Yeah, but London, your rivalry, but outside London, they always support Chelsea. I wouldn't hide that one. I love them at heart.
From Kippis Club to the one of the top.
Oh yes, oh yes. Momunya foresight, you guys had the foresight, but I believe Arsenal also one day be lucky. At least you're always a step ahead. So you get to 13 EPL titles. It tells you that when we take off, it shouldn't be like your own. You're still in the single digits. But for now, there, on Bobo 4, then I'm that passo. It's a number of bomb for until you two. Say for now, there, Chelsea at heart.
Yeah, thanks for the compliment. I want to be my address, no, 233 Mill Street.
Yeah. Oh, Mill Street, yeah, send it so close.
I just about 5 minutes from the studio. Now, Kalushi, beside me, I say, only my is who beside me.
Main Street. Chef Main Street.
Yeah, Webster Square now, but now called Mill Street. Any lake, you know, direct opposite.
Okay.
Any lake, you know, also traffic now, when you can now travel, be a canena price shop and one now, when you can create lake, you know, opposite. And then you know, I can lay logic for Dankers here. First to cry now,
big car park, huge car park.
Yeah. Car park, yeah, can you come my MC so her coach, and coach, would be the birthday, a couple of people I programs, so I'm a MC. It is after they're non SD photo, and then if I be bringing because of William G. Diana officially. It's Yaman to be beside a hen or 233 Mill Street, 233 Mill Street, Nipa Wahayipa. Now, yes, and we do not answer which me about. I always say, Manu, Kalu, who be seeing who ha, Nagana for Wufi, we shall watch your own, and take more in times like this.
Okay, Opo, you better see it. I bet you any more studio and I will get back to you later on. Okay. All right, it's here for Opo National and Motin Nenkase or de report if we in your can honorable can Asafujin, Teresa Asafujin viewing and pay 9 a.m. was 9:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Now if you work and also our Hope Cemetery 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. Until Mbebama, Modiana, say, Yebe corner, Yakwashe, and no my sister, and as the last report, nothing, for the time being, they say, Yeba Sidio, now Minimia, Manichu, I will be coming, now, since Mbia, or Hono, Yaba Bobo, Nafi, Yashe, the Norman City, and see, meeting the King Kalusha, and I mean, I made medium charming, or poor Okopimu baby. Nti adwuma na say adwuma no cost for the community and for mother Ghana and Tina yenya wasi enti mecho menyu afide nko bia mane da ya
asampa etia obanyansa foso wo munye wonka na asam te mafutu sam kakre wa supreme yo kofi o man ya woman o man ya mama na enyi baby akọ wacha za ya wareni wonsom wanyini pa asade pa wo fe oye ya mo yembera ye ebe ya ifuyana o man ya woman o
destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Stand up for the champions. Stand up for the champions. What is our new media next say? I can see you seminary. Ever be a good seminary say back me be. Now fade a taste more politicism and a dear pay beja. Manito Margarita prepare me once Worcester Massachusetts. Here is that to Worcester version. Oh, Worcester version of here is that to what did I say?
Maraba, my friend. Me Manicho Maraba, my friend.
One and Casa say, by the way. Master,
I'll be waiting for this day, just me and you. Going to have an intercourse, going to discuss who is going to win eventually. But it's great to have you in the seat, you know.
Stand up for champions. And check right ever call a Kasimu. I couldn't come over. Nothing, discussion. I feel it is more politicism. Policy, they won't send me brave. Na some na bekanina akoye John Mahama bomb okoto ye ama bi musin nya bomb waka all die be die no do or die and I'm for justify it e be ko dey akodi kongon ba in the for the time being no ayam modia na akasi hu sem bi ye fa amatie for na bi antimi koso ye ko Ghana for abeka ya na no Joada no na ekokopie mu South Africa Ghana for I could see a cancer South Africa 40 a share cabacco. Ana Papa a friend of Quasiprat there in Carbon India and Condia politics no can. But as more the other two just say you should forget about 2022 World Cup dream for now. Because I said, looking at the performance of the Black Star team, the managing editor of the Inside newspaper Quasiprat tells Junior 2022 World Cup dream should be put on hold. The Black Star lost to South Africa in the 2022 World Cup qualifiers played at the FNB Stadium in Johannesburg on Monday. This loss seems to have raised some level of concern among the sport fraternity and Ghanaians in general. Akwesiprat and Semso, they say Ghana for emergency World Cup no quarter na when they move on to hold kakra because they say my performance I'm put up Johannesburg FNB Stadium one day move on to him and crack off about foreign news Ghana news but trace to Ghana. Kevin Boateng's brother Jerome Boateng found guilty of assaulting his girlfriend. Jerome has been found guilty of assaulting his girlfriend. He has to pay a fine of 1.8 million euros. He had earlier denied injuring the mother of his twin daughters. Jerome Boateng, brother of former Black Star player Kevin Boateng, has been found guilty of assaulting his girlfriend. And in some way, Jerome Boateng also when you botre neira oneno awo ma etafo mienu ono ade ne sako kano na mrani na di e say 1.8 million euros on the ja of financial muscle obetumi atua ekwakopi makra so focus so asio ya nkra kokopi say coach Samuel Boadu and his assistant coach Hamza Obin has been validated for this year CAF Champions League. And correspondent from the CAF club licenses senior manager to the CAF general secretary. CAF listed clubs whose head coaches and assistants cannot be allowed to participate in the competition. Until across for coach Samuel Boadu CAF for say obetuma be boy ma across folk na enoma tumi akosuyin. About Papa Bia, and also say the politicians sitting now the man to Ghana for Black Star for qualification. Titus Glover dares FA to sack CK Akono. The former Deputy Transport Minister Daniel Kote Titus Glover has dared the Ghana Football Association to sack Charles Akono amid report the Executive Council would vehemently vote to sack a buggling Black Star coach today. And someone ono the em say when you story that say one here papa no more boy dan so nti on hia omo konsa na be betumi akọ nkan ama the senior national team they be say omo saki sika akuna na ebe ya na enkra akọ be mama say breaking news. Ghana FA throw out Tema Youth petition over Accra Lions promotion. Oh, and no ya omo Division 1 copy mu say Accra Lions in the qualifier from zone 3. Now one Tema Youth be call say nka omo de injunction bi wakoto na say omo de qualification to the Premier League wasn't good. No mo de koy no F4 no hwe sese no mo say ensema mo de ko no hu hia edoma bonsam no tu agu enti zone 3 winners no say Accra Lions na we be hu mo Premier League come this season enti no ne nsema edipion local news no edoso ye fa ani enkyere amanone ensem ba ko mienu bi enkra akoko pem na de sansem sia etudwa na ye san be kan biom say Premier League managers Chris FIFA ruling that could see players banned until na ye kan wansem say jogging club so na number 2 say no man say kono de no man koye kra jogging club nso so ne latest year coach odin na be say FIFA sense mo person de ban players no enkoye e be ka say Liverpool nko mo 3 players listen Fabinho Roberto Fabinho and Roberto Firmino and now call Man City Anderson and Gabriel Jesus and Chelsea Thiago Silva oko Lisa Rafinha oko Manchester Fred and I call Newcastle Miguel Amiro and I call Wolves Raul Jimenez and I call Watford Francisco Seriata edine bi mo do pam enti jockey club something more about to say FIFA rule on the band there and watch ye pam afa yen ko hwe we kan kobon kitinkiti ya na eho no ya na eho ya na manfo de pam say eho no na manfo o mu say na abawie transfer news na ba bi wo speculations bi o next year e bia na team bi o target player bi a okọ free no wa koto ni January enti speculation de be ba kopim time Yasi Bese. So Bayern Munich are reportedly interested in 25-year-old forward Timo Werner, who has not started a Premier League match for Chelsea since the start of the season. Chelsea are set to revive their interest in 22-year-old France centre-back Jules Koundé during the general transfer window. The Blues, along with the Paris Saint-Germain and Liverpool, are also said to be keen on AC Milan and Ivory Coast midfielder Frank Kessie. Arsenal have reportedly identified Sevilla striker Youssef N. Nesiri, 24, as the ideal long-term replacement for Gabon striker Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, 32, but the Moroccan is determined to stay at the Spanish club. Bayern Munich winger Kingsley Coman is likely to reject an offer from the Bundesliga champions to extend his contract, as the 25-year-old France international is dreaming of a move to the Premier League. Belgium midfielder Yuri Talisman is being watched by Real Madrid, Barcelona and Manchester United as Leicester try to tie down the 24-year-old to a new contract. The Force have also made a contact with Serie A side Susalu about Italian winger Domenico Barbari over a possible general transfer move. No, so in some for Barcelona made 68 million bid to resign for Neymar before the reality of the club's financial problems so long. Messi leave the Catalan side to join Brazilian at Paris Saint-Germain. Liverpool will target Valencia and Spanish midfielder Carlos Soler as a replacement for Dutchman Jorginho Wijnaldum, who left to join PSG this season. And come on, the Dawson, it's my call Minio. And I'm for Akume. Me wasna. Oh yes. Me wasna story back kubi wa. Asna. Boss, make Arteta is happy. Analyst Midland Nurse has stayed with the Gunners and reveal he held private talk with the 22-year-old after the England midfielder publicly expressed a desire to leave the club in the summer. Manucho, the story is
exactly. I mean, I'll make sure that I open it very well so that I can enjoy the chopping. When baby me are sometimes a lot of unnecessary friction. So you don't enjoy.
Body too.
I enjoy.
Body too.
I want to see me
go ahead.
My rabbi, my brother. Yeah, Kwesi Pratt says Ghana should forget the World Cup 2022. I think you see, from hindsight, because he's not really a known football person. I mean, he might be an enthusiast, but I'm known in the football circles. That's more politicality. But I agree with him in no certain terms. He's saving a dying soul and not somebody from committing suicide. That judging from our past performances and the few times I have World Cup qualification crash bedding, and I'm sure Asamoah, you see, it shows how the mighty has fallen from so close from Asamoah 128th minute penalty to get into a semi-final. To us going to Brazil to show money till not qualifying for 2018 World Cup as you see not doing so well. I think that the team was haphazard. I will agree to some extent that you never compliment of our team, but see a keepy a coach we did not see any good side. So I think if nothing new comes out of Jerusalem there, I will side with him confidently that we should be think about building our team rather than thinking of going to Qatar. You might just go to waste our time and get annihilations and humiliations. You can be humiliated badly because as it stands now, nothing to choose from. Yeah, play football in the say Qatar is still some months away. A lot can happen. Nothing can happen in a year. So much can happen in a year. You've seen a Chelsea-led team who were down, who were broken. Virtually, I say players in the crowd, but just a change or a twist of events. Omunya took care.
But let's see this weekend there's going to be matches. Features in and see one England Premier League is coming on after the international break. And see matches in Basu or Chidam. Early kickoff 7:30. Crystal Palace versus Tottenham Hotspur, and Arsenal versus Norwich 10 a.m. Brentford versus Brighton 10 a.m. Leicester versus Manchester City 10 a.m. Manchester United versus Newcastle, another 10 a.m. Southampton versus West Ham United, 10 a.m. And Watford versus Wolverhampton Wanderers, and you say 10 a.m. And Chelsea versus Aston Villa, and 12:30 p.m. And na media metie for no. Yanko Spanish Premier Liga Santander and La Liga Santander, and Levante versus Rayo Vallecano. And Villarreal, any Deportivo Alaves match in the Oma postponing, and Atletico Bilbao versus Mallorca, and the crunching match and Cababa's weekend will be Sevilla versus Barcelona. I know that one too has been postponed. We call Italian Serie A, Empoli versus Venezia, and Napoli versus Juventus. That's going to be the top liner in the Italian Serie A. Napoli versus Juventus, and Atalanta versus Fiorentina. Oko Germany's Bundesliga now, via Leverkusen versus Borussia Dortmund, and Freiburg versus FC Cologne, and Greuther Fürth versus Wolfsburg, and Hoffenheim versus Mainz, and Union Berlin versus Augsburg, and RB Leipzig versus Bayern Munich. That's going to be a top encounter. All the other matches I'm going at 9:30. With the exception of Bayern Munich match on 12:30 p.m. and one person Mushribin. Then in French Ligue 1 and Ligue 1 it's Paris Saint-Germain versus Clermont-Foot match 11 a.m. and Monaco versus Marseille, another crunching match. Then time Dynamic has a match for the gods by of late here. Marseille almost should have need from BNT and Monaco for 90. I mean a rivalry be but any be a significant this year more a different motives will be on the league there. We cannot match near 3 p.m. 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. After young call or China and as a Sunday matches a Barcelona. Oko England a list over Liverpool and then one match 11:30 a.m. and Oko Premier League Center Dana Espanyol versus Atletico Madrid, Osasuna versus Valencia, Cádiz versus Real Sociedad, and Real Madrid versus Celta Vigo. And first one Espanyol versus Atletico Madrid near 8 a.m. Osasuna versus Valencia 10:15 a.m. and 12:30 Cardiff versus Real Sociedad 12:30 and 3 p.m. near Real Madrid versus Celta Vigo. Oko Italian Serie A na Sampdoria versus International and Inter Milan and near 6:30 early kickoff. Cagliari versus Genoa and near 9. Spezia versus Udinese and Udinese and also 9. Torino versus Salamina Salamantana or Italian 14 and no 9 and AC Milan versus Lazio, another match soon bedding and no 12 and 2:45 Roma versus Susalo almost Messia Kaim. Afe oko Germany Bundesliga na Eintracht Frankfurt versus VfB Stuttgart and Ombebo and Bochum and Hertha Berlin Ombebo Borussia Mönchengladbach and Armenian Bielefeld Messia Kaim and Bundesliga and I call French League 1 na Montpellier versus Saint-Etienne and 7 a.m. Bordeaux versus Lens 9 a.m. Brest versus Angers.
Yes.
Interest you. Yes. Brest
versus Angers.
Angers.
So Brest will be on the Angers.
On Angers.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, Metz versus Troyes and Rennes versus Reims and Nantes versus Nice and Lyon Olympique Lyonnais versus Strasbourg. No Ebeba French League 1 and on team. Manucho.
Yes.
Escaping what crime kind I'm saying.
Yes. It's very important. Yeah, at least some few matches going on. I would love to have a bite.
Okay, go ahead.
I would love to have a bite. As much as I'm well opened, I wouldn't bite. I'll make sure that I have to have a lick rather than a bite at it because there's no time. Your time Bianca maybe any time. I'll just have a lick.
Okay.
At it after opening it up.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So for Kwesi Prata, I think I've said enough. I don't want to sound like a broken record. That I agree with him. So something different happens, there. Ghanaians should not be having their mind on Qatar. Maybe quite stories, but as a team to go and do any better performances than what you did, there, we need a real look. Now, your young Boateng found guilty of the winner. It's quite unfortunate. There's a Ghanaian interest. I'm happy. Sorry, I said I'm happy. I think I'm very sad. We see. It has been a running story. I mean, for like over a year, I'm going through this, and virtually it has come to fruition. The only good thing is that he could have gone to jail for 5 years. I mean, back in Germany, back training there, it's not easy. Now we share the woman's narration and the ex-wife, our twins with her. We share the narration. It was really a serious one. So Bono cannot spit blood on her near there. I mean, it's the woman's word. Also, can say woman no BNB. But at the end of the day, he's been found guilty. He's avoided a jail term. He's just to pay money, and I think. It will not really affect him, his career near there. But I mean, it's a caution note to most of our black brothers. I mean, the women that they marry, sometimes it's one
because black stars now from Trimana.
You see, the women you can marry for love, but not true love. Although now people argue that true love is no opium. I mean, let's say the name no podcast, so somebody will love you just the way you are. But maybe modern times, people will love you just for what you are. What people are looking at what you are and what you are wearing to love you these days. And your first thing, wife, you cry, no baby shop or no. But I think most of these boys and the woman come close to them because they know they are making triple digits every week. Oh, and then Emma influence your moon. It's happened to our own Emmanuel Eboué, went underwent some of these things and other players in the past, and so I could through this. So I think their choices sometimes are based on that privileged position. The mobile ball no musica. And then they should learn. I mean, at the end of the day, love is love, and they've had case out of it. And you are not the one to tell whom someone should love, but you can only advise. My little advice to them is that sometimes they should be careful with the women that they are loving. Don't put the anchor. Only a lot of Ghanaian, only has a Ghanaian gene and blood, but on Sheda need Ghanaianness in him because one Sheda in Ghana, one Germany live this life there, but at least he's still a black boy and one of our own. But it's quite unfortunate, but at least for now he can have a bit of decency too, because it was hanging over his head and committing him to jail for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. But you see, and he can't concentrate on football. He's a bit old, he's in his early 30s into football. For football, he's a bit on the downside, but at least the good news is that he avoided a jail term. He's going to pay a lot of money. 1.8 million euros is a lot of money, but it's good for him. and his confidence. Now, I had to.
The sports segment has been sponsored by Olu Barbering Shop.
Oh, okay. It's an emporium. It's a unisex salon. If you don't understand the word unisex,
yes.
Go to Olu Barbering Salon. You will get to know Oba Bema.
Yes.
Obe Chow. It's almost a weekend. What the Rahon, like I said, me here idea for my cookouts, my weddings, and my funeral.
Yes.
Beats. Be part me one. Olu. Everything you need to make you look good. Since our application say you need to get to Olu to really you try and come Olu is the one making us nice. First, let me crap on people, no try, but now decided to go the gentle way. I'll go back to my old state, but for Olu Barbering Salon, big Olu Barbering Salon on Melbourne Street. At Melbourne Street, what call them at least you look good. Some Obwedu being validated for Hearts of Oak. I think it's a lot of good. I was trying to get a story whether there were certain things militating against him to me. But the good news is that club licensing authorities for CAF are validating so to make coach has going into their African. Tell me about Guinea. The game against Guinea, one-off game. It's a lot of good news.
If you only know the import of the story, I was saying, across the focus, Samuel Bodu and his assistant coach Hamza Obin has been validated for this year's CAF Champions League. And correspondent from the CAF Club Licensing Senior Manager to the GFA's General Secretary, CAF listed clubs whose head coaches and assistant cannot be allowed to participate in the competition. With the head coach and assistant of Accra Suffolk validated the list, the non-include Ghana's representative for the CAF Champions League. Thus, following the conclusion of the club licensing process for CAF men's interclubs 2021-22 season, the correspondent stated that CAF have the pressure to share with summarized report of the licensed clubs per competition. In addition, please find a the coaching decision in line with the coaching requirement established for this season. We would like to take this opportunity to commend your continuous effort in the implementation of the club licenses at the club at the national level as we continue the quest for professionalization of our clubs with solid foundation and to realize, to raise the level of African football. Accra Suffolk will play Guinea side Kamasia in one leg-off match in the preliminary run of the competition. And see the story. No, I'm saying. Right now,
I like you said, club licensing. I'm not sure like who could be a CAF license, A license, B there now. I mean, they need to check all the requisites before you are allowed to coach it. So for Hearts of Oak, the assistant and their main coach will be in the dugout at the time that they'll be playing on the African continent. It's good for them because should be Ghana's version of Tukil. We should be 5 team if you're to double in Ghana. I think the love story is just about started. The fairy tale ride hasn't ended anyway. So a lot of good news for Hearts of Oak. I think I can be mom headache. So I can say, yeah, he doesn't qualify to be in there, and to give them a lot of headache. They have to be planning and plotting without him. So for me, I think it's a lot of good news. My next one will be titled Glover Darren Ketokle. I never became an Ashanti. Darren Ketokle to sack Siki Akono. Who read this story now? I mean, he was really making a lot of good impulse. He mentioned that the fortunes of the Blasters are tied to MPP. So he showed that's why he needs to be careful. I think the former MP could have done well. He reiterated some of the things he came with studio yesterday that I wish sure CK is his own man. He's just not saying them for the cameras because Ketokre say you're coaching quite selection there. I think it's a big statement. It's as good as saying that you cannot take the decisions alone and your hands will be tied or you'll be manipulated in making some of these decisions. And that is what Ghanaians are feeling. That at least the job was not hard on merit. It was not based on meritocracy. He was just selected to go and coach the national team. So it looks like he's been done a favor. And it comes with its own connotations that people can really read meanings into it. And some of us are a bit afraid. But for the former lawmaker to really say that he daring him that or he feels that they are not doing the right things, and it's not just about the coach, which I agree. I mean, the story was good till that little bile or the farmer. But I said, I know you are looking for the story. It's be interesting to read that part. That's the only part that I disagree. But once a politician, always a politician. He feels that if the team goes well, invariably, it will show that prudent measures they are putting in place into the national team. But I am seeing beyond that. I think Ketokreku has come under the stake a lot, and he needs a backing because it's so painful that you sit back and blame Jesse Akono and leave him as not being an accomplice in all this, because all other things being equal, Ghana football has not seen. Look at a game changer now. You will come with a lot of belief, a lot of hope. But looks like the African always good at winning your heart. But when he gets the opportunity, he downplays it and makes it looks a bit odd. I think that as much as we are hearing rumors that they want to take out Siki Akono, other school of thoughts feel that Siki Akono, now that we don't do things right, if you bring Jesus Christ come and coach the team, and yeah, there, I'm of a different view. I think that a better coach can turn the fortunes. But the bigger advice goes to the people around the national team. They say, and man in our football, that leave the coaches to operate, give them the mandate, give them performance contracts. So then they quickly walk out that door. But for you to think that made a map, I'm giving you the dog, but I'm still holding the tail and directing where you should move there, it's not too good. So Keto Kreku needs a lot of talking to. Now Brazil players, they might just not play this weekend because Brazil is holding on to the fact that the clubs refuse to allow them to go and play for their win. I'm still having mixed feelings about it, and I think we spoke extensively about it, but because it came up in your stories again, I'm thinking that
the club was also saying something.
Yes.
It's a coaching. It's been affected by those three players. Excellent players. But me be an ambition for a Premier League because
I agree.
Alisson has been in tremendous form.
An integral part.
Yeah, integral part of Liverpool.
Yes. Firmino can never be written off. It's very, very integral. As much as we feel that Diego Jota, who currently can also man that position beautifully. The goalkeeping, you can't. And you see, this year's league will be fought with everything. You cannot win the league in September, but you can lose the league in September. Because Obo draw 2 points loss. So sure, among the top 3 or 4 they are all doing well. Save City will lose. Chelsea, the Manchester United, they are doing well. Telling you that every game will be played to the spirit and the latter. So for you to lose your important goalkeeper at this point, a bit hard. So I'm thinking that Brazil needs to, because Almiron, we spoke about Almiron in there for Newcastle, but so sure, Paraguay are not holding out on it as much as they are not holding out, because at the end of the day, it's the player's future you are toying with. And it's a club who will feel a bit and better. They will do baby, never affect you. As much as I agree in principle that clubs are now having bigger muscle and not treating the country so well, they are breaking them too selfish. Like you said yesterday, we are having unusual events coming up, like the COVID near the end. I'm more be careful. Now, I'm not sure the clubs did not did this because they just wanted to, but restrictions in the UK. So they have to quarantine for 10 days, and it will affect them very much. So I think that it's high time Brazil looks at other factors and give them the last chance for this thing to really work in their favor. I think Boris Johnson also did not do. Infantino sent a cry for help to him. He did not listen to him. It looks like the English are always egocentric, thinking of self-centered too much. But I'm thinking that for the sake of the players, they become the grass in this fight. Liverpool becomes an elephant, Brazil becomes an elephant. But think of the players. I don't think that their loyalty has always ever been suspect. But situations now banana. So I will be happy if they change their minds, the dying numbers. But you're careful, you are so close, less than 24 hours to start some of these games. But let's hope things will change. And a quick one on the games I can. Arsenal Norwich for me is the biggest game of the weekend. One of the biggest games. This is Norwich. They have no point. They are line 19th. Arsenal are 20th. It tells you that a game of equal halves. The only thing good for Arsenal this time around is that most of their players are back. Tepa Ate has started training. Edin Ketia is back. Ben White is also with the team. It looks like that is the Smith Rowe and Awenya injury, so he might just not be playing. But Arsenal are gradually getting the full complement of their team, and they need to pick points from this game. The good thing is that this is Norwich. I don't remember the last time Norwich to share Arsenal, especially during the inaugural they started Premier League. We don't know much 4-2 win over Arsenal in the way, but Arsenal has been very good customers for them, and they've been making mincemeat. So if Arteta, because believe you me, if Arsenal loses this game, then they'll be candidates for relegation. Everybody in his right frame of mind will tell you that Arsenal will be relegated, because it's going to mention Norwich, who are just returning to the league, who have not even had a point. Going to mention Shena. Then what else? You are playing at home too. I think that time is ripe for Arsenal to pick their first point. It will be interesting, because even what's for Cromoda 12 near they have just 3 points. So it tells you that we've just started anyway. Sometimes the position might just be a bit too dangerous. And this is the worst Arsenal performance since in a long while. In EPL started, I don't remember the last time Arsenal had to go 3 games, 9 goals against them. Yeah, I don't think they've even scored a goal. and then they win there. So it doesn't look too good. So I'm thinking that for Arteta, if there's any chance for him being still part of the team, he should pick his first 3 points this time around and bring some hope around the team that they will not be relegated. I don't think that's not even thinking of a top 4 finish. All of a sudden, such a club is thinking about a top being able to stay in the league, because Obian Tremau, every game will be fought very well. My next one will be the Chelsea Newcastle, Chelsea Aston Villa. I think I'm expecting Chelsea to get a maximum point. Maybe the only thing against them is Thiago Silva also not having the chance to play. But the good thing is that Lukaku is back from injury. Kante might just not play. Another big player or more, everything affects him. But I think they have enough everything impetus to really win this one. So I'm expecting Chelsea to win this one and maintain that chase. 4 points already, 7 points already. The last time it was that game against Liverpool, and maximum points, they are complaining. They are on cloud 9. I don't think that it will take this Aston Villa team to really stop them in any way. I remember 2012, almost shown 8-0. The last time Aston Villa went to take one of the biggest win margins. When Chelsea on fire, Aston Villa are no match for them. They will dismantle them. They will show them the door. I'm hoping that they are able to. I'm seeing a 3-0, but I'll not be surprised if Chelsea gives them a 5, because everything is working in their favor. Final game will be Manchester United against Newcastle. Manchester Newcastle. I think the good thing is the Ronaldo factor. There are talks about the fact that he might just not be allowed a maximum time in here, but he says he's ready. Ronaldo Akase is ready to play, and this is a player 18 years ago he had a chance to play with them, a debut, and the rest is history. He's been the, if EPL can boast of ever a world best player, it is in Cristiano Ronaldo. He scored a lot of hat-tricks. One thing you are sure from Ronaldo is not less than 20 goals. Obviously, with the likes of Norwich and Arsenal in the league, you can give Ronaldo not less than 15-20 goals this season, because they have next to nonsense defense in there. So for me, United looks rejuvenated. They have everything in their favor against the Newcastle team that doesn't look too extraordinary. I'm expecting United to really pick up maximum points. I mean, form a better partnership. Jadon Sancho, your player, I mean, he just got injured. He will just not be part of the team. Likely. But, oh yes. So see him on time. Yeah. I mean, you believe in giving him time. Yeah, we believe that. Now that Ronaldo power ban, why keep Jadon Sancho, Ronaldo? That's the very position Ronaldo can be operating from beautifully. As some team now. So let's hope this weekend, whichever way, I'm expecting a very good weekend. But
my friend say Napoli versus Juventus. Nothing?
Yeah, I think it used to be a big game, okay. But I think that Juve now they don't have the clout. Maybe the only good thing is that they managed to get that Arsenal player near Locatelli decided decided to join their four. I think that Italian football had some beautiful stories around them. I agree. Napoli have been very good customers for the past 2-3 seasons there. You can write their name. Getting Gattuso near there, and they've shown a lot of form. But it's a game of equal halves. But I'm expecting Juve to really have the results. I mean, they lost. They have to lose. Conte. They have to. Who's their coach now? Allegri, right?
Yeah.
Allegri. Conte used to be with. Yeah. So for me,
Massimo Allegri is now back.
Yes, exactly. So I'm expecting a big game. I'm expecting a normal game. I wouldn't be surprised if Juventus win the game. But it's a game of equal halves. Ronaldo has taken some shine off them, but it doesn't really mean they can't have some decent results.
Paris Saint-Germain versus Clermont-Foot. Messi in a hat trick. More last game.
Exactly.
And now if we say this time around, do you think Pochettino is going to use him again this match? Will score more goals for
the truth is that it's more like killing a fly with a sledgehammer. I mean, with all apologies. I mean, some of these games, we wish we could do a beautiful analysis out of it. I mean, I wouldn't say I've done careful, detailed lexical analysis of the teams. But Yerry Clermont-Foot against a Chelsea, Messi-led team, anything less than 5-0, I'll be surprised. I think Messi is gradually getting in. I mean, the first game, I'm sure, but at least he showed glimpses of himself. That give it opportunity, he can walk through the farm and get a lot of good produce. I mean, this is the Farmers League, with all apologies to them. He's really bringing some shine. So I'm expecting him to have a lot of goals. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't even play him. We are getting to moments. I think they should reserve his energy more for Champions League near the end. So for now, no disrespect to Clermont-Foot, but the point is that if Messi PSG do not get less than 5 goals. Maybe the bad news is Mbappe getting injured near there, but at least they still have a very good squad to really do the damage. I'm expecting it to be nice to see the full complement of the team there when the, Ramos and Co really join forth and start playing so well. That is when the true test, the team's effort will be measured. But at this point, I don't claim effort offers them that opposition here pay to give them that win. And I try and say the Lils, the Bordeaux, the Marseilles come around and then to offer us something between PSG at home against Clermont. It's a done deal. It's a done deal.
Then times in Germany, Bundesliga, it used to be Bayern München, Dortmund, Bayern München, Cologne, Schalke, But right now, let's see if there is RB Leipzig for normal Bayern.
Yes.
I mean, they're causing a lot of waves because look at the 5 seasons on my band.
Yes.
It's been on the top. So RB Leipzig versus Bayern München. What is your take on that one?
Yeah, just like you said, they've been contenders. I mean, so a sort of pretenders too, because as much as they will give you all the waves, they don't really take it over the finish line. I mean, that's how worse it is. But these are one-off games, and you expect them to really come to the party as much as possible. I will be truthful. I've not watched them this season to see, but I think that they still offer the goodness around the team. I'm expecting Bayern Munich to really run route over them. I will be surprised if they're able to get the results over them.
Okay. By the way, right now, you just want to do man for tennis. The
you
just have to go. US Open. US Open. I'm saying a man,
a young British girl.
Emma Kono. No, Emma Raducanu. And Maria Maria Sakai.
Raducanu.
6-1, 6-4.
And the final.
And Lily Fernandez. And so Ariana Sabalenka. 7-6. Olusu second set in 6-4. And I was back with channel 6-4. Team Lilia Fernandez versus Emma Raducanu and Raducanu, on the finals. Now when it comes to the men semi-finals and 3 p.m. Eastern time, it's going to be Fales and Aresme. We are called Togo blood as a Benin blood woman, and on it Daniel Mendelov, on Bebo and Novak Djokovic is in Alenza Zverev almost on Bebo another 7 and you made 7 now one baby winning Sunday no more finals so buy mano finals in the bus watch now a memano so finals in the Sunday but the memano bomu semi finals manicho a manos a maya wimuno na enti omonka Sharapova mo Serena Williams mo
Venus
Angelica Kemba mo and mo on a neighbor
Radwanska recently the young lady from
Naomi Osaka mo
Naomi Osaka the one I was looking for
I'm for Bebema is it a ladies tennis are they having a new change of a fresh bladder for the 4 seasons ago no winning fencing US Open money has been to a different personality.
I agree with you. I'll let you finish, but for the women, I think the new era is really working in because we share even people in the semi-final they are not known faces. Maybe there's always that potential or that when it comes to women, they can't play for tennis to well advanced in age. We share a young girl she's very young. She's just about 17, 18 years. And what you mean we do final. I mean she joins that Virginia Wade. The last time British lady to me do final or win year 1977. And interestingly she was at the touchline to really help this girl to really get there. The good thing for her is at least she had to do it in a Grand Star 6-1, 6-4. Everything is in a favor now. So in principle I agree with you that it looks like a new era. I mean the likes of Serena Williams, Simone at the end, there's no way they'll be really walking back into the space. So let's expect them. I'm a bit disappointed in Naomi Osaka. I think she's relatively younger. And there was this young American talent, Sloane Stevens. So I was expecting her to say, Ankabwa now, they should be taking over eventually. She has everything. She's built more like a miniature Serena Williams in terms of strength, power play near the end. And there's this young girl to Coco. You remember her, young girl at the age of 15 near then. I'm expecting them to really be at this tournament to really showcase what they have. But hey, it's the era for Raducanu. I think she's really making history for herself. Whichever happens, she will just be remembered very well as being in the final after 44 years of them waiting to have British tennis, waiting to have somebody in here, because they also play the Wimbledon near the end. They have one of these major Grand Slams. So kudos to them. And I hope, I mean, all of a sudden, the more I read about her, the more I think that she must win come tomorrow in New York. I mean, New York, after Ashi win some of this tournament. And for Djokovic, I think it should be an easy tournament for him. I mean, what should I say? Medvedev, no.
But Alexander Zverev, two seasons ago, but it was a tough match, boot for boot. Until if you say Djokovic, you know, that's what I'm
yes.
And the right now is 2020 Grand Slams or more. They do think that Djokovic is going to be the announcer no 19 or 20. And by all means, we are 21. Yeah, work for him. And to the fellas, Anga, Alex Mene, and Daniel Mendelov. Osha, is it a tale of two blend tennis players? Or maybe Pium finals, no. At the end of the day, no, is it going to go for everybody, or is it going to be a tough, crunching game, which we expect like 2 and 4 back and 2 and 4 matches are moved with this talent. I'm better more Pium finals. Meka fellas ne Daniel Diano.
Yeah, Medvedev nena minim ne kakra, but the other one there, I've not really watched him, and I've not really followed the exploits this time around. But at least when it comes to tennis, there, at least for somebody to be in a Grand Slam semi-final there, you give him benefit of the doubt. You cut some slack for them that at least they've worked their way up here. Not really followed them to really tell how the game will go, but I think I'll stick to the first question. I'll be Simon about the Grand Slams and how the direction that they'll be moving. Do they have what it takes to really, just like you said, 2020, Amunya 20. I mean, Nadal has 20, Djokovic also has 20 in there. You see,
and we're just 20.
Roger Federer also having 20.
So no winner now he'll be the in the history.
He'll be moving up. And you see, Adama Pewo, Djokovic won't say it's a clear blend between a Roger Federer and Nadal. You see, Nadal plays power tennis. He's so good on clay. Clay and ball, kakra. That's his specialty. Moreover, he moves a lot. Into the knees near the when you hard courts now, you put a lot of pressure on it. So I think that is why he's mastered the art of clay. Out of the 20, about half of them were won at the Roland Garros on the clay court. But over Djokovic now, he's able, or some drop shots to be at ultimate bat. So when I call rally, he's able to do that drop shot. I want you careful. He will always put it just behind the net. And I think that is the experience that he has over these two people. I remember so well, Wimbledon, there was a timer, 3 match points. Federer had to lose it to him. The last time, it was so painful, about 3 seasons ago. Match point, I just said, so Nyabakupa will win away. Then Djokovic had to crawl back effectively to come and win it. And I think he's serious. So I say he's a typical Eastern European, a Serbian. So what tennis?
But people have been complaining, sir.
Yes.
When they are playing, and when he sees that the momentum is missing and the momentum is higher, it just will try to find some antidotes. Be now, while fakey injury be now, wakonu musu no be na acosta line, a transit kakana. Doctors are better. When it comes back, then you bring another momentum. No, they're winning. He always use a foul means to win.
Maybe I might be biased, but you see, when it comes to competition, deception is part of it. When it comes to competition, you to mean I just say winning every competition that you go to, you have to win fairly near Adenia. Because is it illegal? Is it allowed in the competition? Once it's allowed, why not? There have been times even me as an analyst, maybe some question you don't have an idea. I know I can never see. It's called deception. You see, just even winning a penalty for your team, or being one CEO or cheating any other. So my own is that everybody has the right to critique him. I mean, that's the beauty of the game, because even iPhone cry, they want to improve, meaning that nipa there, there should be somebody who should see the flaws and discuss them. So what do you think about Manicho? 100%. Then how will he improve? So you expect people to tell you some of the negatives. Just that some people don't want to be critiqued. you critique them and they think you hate them and they begin to disrespect. But it doesn't take anything away from it. So as much as I agree, there are times because you're still in a rest, so-called injury room, when the momentum is on and it's losing, then he will take some 30 minutes break, then he will come back rejuvenated, then he will beat you to it, which people feel that and can say a part. But tennis allows it that those things should happen. The next time it can be you. There can be call breaks for medical checkups nowadays. But I think it's a very fair point that we should go if he wants people to add his name to the greater, because people will now measure that, okay, 2020, who is the greatest? People will always write that story. I will always go for Djokovic. I'm a Federer person. I like Federer, but I think that he's been vintage. The age of the ball, tennis is part of him. Obama near into a man well advanced in age, but he's still playing well and hard. But for people to say that Djokovic has that one, that's the tricks that he plays, you are right to say it. But he's come back to and lost games. I mean, I say last time Yeka was, he said Southgate decided not to make a change 90 minutes to still draw a game. We say, why did other coach change 4 players? As much as I agree that maybe tennis association should be looking at some of these things, because it takes something away from the beauty that you think that a point is lost when a ball goes outside the area, an unusual area. Time is not of essence in tennis. Tennis, the entire way to my ball rally to me ball 6 hours, 8 hours. I've witnessed one they started 12 by to me pump by 6 p.m. near the now UK near there. So it tells you that is how tennis is being played. They don't place emphasis on time. They place emphasis on your total play. But I think it's a genuine point. But I don't buy into it. That Nibacronic or still way now. It is still part of the game. So I want a bonus. Why don't you also do it? When you realize that you are losing momentum against him, you also pick it. I remember so well, Barcelona against Chelsea. Match Barcelona faking injury near there. The next time they had them now, Drogba also started faking near there. It's all part of the. People will talk about it, but I don't think that it should take anything from his 20 Grand Slam titles that he's not a very good competitor. He uses the rules to his advantage very well, and when you also get it to advantage. So I don't buy into it that he's come this far because he uses deception. Even if he does, deception is part of the game, which I will never run away from. So,
fellas and Daniel, who do you think is it a done deal for Djokovic to go to finals?
I'm expecting him. I'll be surprised. I'll be surprised if he doesn't really, because if there's an easier route for him to ever get there, it doesn't come among some of these not regular competitors, because if you say competition there, one say that's why Champions League now then it do this stage now. It's not about coaches, it's about your own personal skill. Semi-final game, even in Champions League, why Arsenal can't win the Champions League, because coaching better tactics in but you do her now. You expect when it's tough, you expect the tough should get going when the going gets tough, and that is what I'm taking from him. But not to run down the charges of the little or the inexperienced boys around him too, because they do maybe your power play. They also cutting their own teeth, so they might be as sharp. They might be very sharp. But from the little tennis I've watched in my few years on earth, I think that Djokovic has what it takes to really rally and win this one. But hey, he needs to do the semi-final first. Then we can come and talk about the final.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Manucho. And I'll tell you, Kano. And the question on 7 aba. And see about transition. Aqua politician. Na fe di Bibi Abreu. Aha, Bibi Kasani Unity Radio 103.9. But you also say higher station for but there be King Kalusha and then the host of the show. Nti Opo Akokodi baby. Nanche Obabe kind ho. Let us stand up for the champions.
For the champions, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. For the champions. For the champions, stand up. For the champions. For the champions, stand up. Come on,
Omani be ya na efi mini o enti yambo ya bra ye na omano ebe ye ya na efi me newo sense nsema ebe kan rese enu bi no na politicians ni etia na omotumi ama oman no atumi akoye so wan ka bi na ka de bia obetra na wa mi ano ama oma ye de omopa ombe na fei odo obi we kan odo sika kokodwa nanka yenti antra oma mfa sika ndwa nanka ye be momodia na no ma so me ye na bibia atumi koso no na akọ nkan de ka se dwumadie Master Danso Danso auto repairs.
I call him
Da omuna eso ya se na di dwumadie maybe okoto you know what you for say the binyo only Danko Africa market the Africa market
South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Mali, Liberia, Bibia Pebia. Last time I Royal Cornum, and last time I went there with your friend. Yeah, I've gone there with your friend too.
Who's
you know
my
what I'm talking about? I went there with. Okay, I went there with you. I went there with your heart. Yeah,
my heart.
Yes. It's not more your heart.
It's not
more your heart. It's not more your heart. It's not more your heart. Yes, last time, and she really said it to near compare with out of wheat flour. I mean, we call about 3 shops here. Maybe you do on my it was there millet flour bibia. So bibia upebia is a true definition of African store. Go there, kuta fish, way bobolo, Kankaliba is still there. I mean, Kovodia dancer from some Manucho Kankaliba na boame papa. Yeah, we know. Abrofundro ne do baby and now we this African herbs now there now the she baby I be to me boapa. So go there, very spacious, we be baby park and you'll be well received. It's a danko there, me fendi agro. I saw for Sidra and probably I'm fat 2 minimum 2 and some
Some pharmacy, some
Ashfarm. Some of Ash Pharmacy. I mean, it's an African brother. Otiasie, I say Oko doctor, Venom Medical Center. He said, I can say Worcester there. Oka, you see, you can talk to him as a brother. Now, the money at them point say, "What do you do for no man?" Last time me call on, me do on pay. Me come pharmacy pay. Can I have 30 minutes? All the requesting to myself 30 minutes, but we do the bro here. He will bring it to your house once you call that. Oh, I've put in my request. Say do my side. Then the next thing is that you hear a doorbell that they are bringing the drugs right to you, and like you said, my phone I'm say, me fine for me feature I'm say, just to see the substation. There's a huge car park. What they're done each. Nobody to have for room then. Go there and have all your medicines. I mean, it's a
I'm talking about oil rings, you know, Master and Sugar catch him say, you're born a down to replace one country, and it's a non talk oil rings.
Yeah, down to replace they be a party. There's always a party after this show due to down auto repairs. Car who be beer once you have the car accident check-in din be beer fabra. It's a one-stop shop. What buy you for?
Rotters say, breakers say,
what tie will be beer. We know the round one hour account so we do everything for you. With that time I can't be piano. I say when you're back for
now. Otuano Kana, oh you in the fridge and so
be beer soda,
oh numbi now.
I mean, the standard of service will be nyano. Why would we say? I mean, he's a African boy. You want to check. Why you want to check? To our bar, who say the level of service that you get and you ain't getting it anyway.
My dear, I say, a maba no could do come on. Now, or see what fast the man in the casa.
Or man be beer, but money, your man be beer, be beer, Babam, Simasadas, and buy at you, or say, Manchu Chankakra. But for Canberra, for Canberra, 45 Fremont Street, just 45 Fremont Street, I don't know, Masadans or Dano to repairs, anything about your car. Any what advice be what to buy and be that so they come and have a beautiful discussion. All your issues. He's our brother or Tinipase or Timasipo Miankasame. So if I tell you that come and see him, I'm giving you the best review that you can have.
Rashida Financial Services.
RFS. I mean Rashida there. You see, I used to have a former boss. They be to come now your quad and he talks to me about what separates the blacks from the whites. Because now Canada phobia, I mean you feel more. The guy was getting about $4 million as insurance. Nipa and Bompa say NC. But the issue is that something should not happen to you that your case near there. Oh, in the midst of that, now so you call honum, now it's beautiful. If you were there for say, they were very chatting us. Oh, but they are about to move. And I'm saying, why not so Nikon Kogana? You say, I know, oh, why you're heading to Kogana? They have to move from this place. And I'm saying, why not so they are must get near 2 months? They are paying 3,000 every month. Near DNT, so it feels it's too much, blah blah blah. All man, those things came to fair. They said that if the man was no more, your family must leave their beautiful house because of winter mortgage protection. Near the end, you should learn some of these things. I brought for 45, not call vacation. No, they'll see how much chilly. Get to meet Rashida. He will insurance, financial and insurance security. Not the mom. Umba college plan and near the end, everything about insurance. But don't think about we know. If you have $20, $30, be able to a month. And what you say, oh no, me paycheck I say me $470. You better me $30. You better me $30 near the highway and then the but when the benefits start coming, we better say money to Kayampo. Me be that. When my dad me be Ghana, and 30 cities. Now, unfortunately for me, about 7 months, my perfume, I had 30 million to support the funeral. My mini and crack I say, hey, be brapping me, me dear papa. Into Yankasa Nipe Wunkwan, but some of these things, example, you bet to me, what Usikano, they do it now, what you are, to me, I'm Mobi. To me, I'm Mobi. If you say first now, you okay, woo, but for now, dear, innovations are being. Now, you want the best for less. When a Kasa, he will tell you the one which is good for you. What chance? Oh, this is my wages. These are my wages, and these are my kids, and the blah blah blah. Then he will give you a tailor-measured solution to your problem. And one size jacket fits all. He's dealing with more than 10 to 15 financial insurance institutions. So talk to him. Talk to Rashida Financial Services, and you'll be smiling. You be a chance. I can say radio no. It's a community. That is what you share with you. I didn't know I manage them for my number, but me has say no. You need it. Financial security, any insurance. These two you don't play with it. The catches insurance will say no. It's good to start early. But you've not started, but there's still time for you to start some of these things. Life insurance for yourself near there. You never know when anything can happen. Some of the services are often here. Mortgage protection, college planning, Medicare plans, life insurance, now retirement packages. The number is 781-354-3060. 781-354-3060. I can't forget this number. Freno. Now have a discussion. If you have a way, penchant, and also say what interest in doing some of these financial services works and so on, he is ready. She is ready to talk to you and even help pay for your course now, your first time, help pay, advise you to get yourself certificate so that you can also make a living for yourself. I mean, all these things. Dr. Kwabena Duffuor, I mean, Pap smear. Bernard Medical Center. Especially from sub-Saharan Africa. At some ages, you need that full body check near there. She, why age more Ghana? Last time, in born common. No, or tech hospital near there. Why age more honor before Baba has saying to be saying or some ye and when you know paper senior to get that recognition to be practicing here. So or you'll be a human say and he understands our body make. I was talking to friends, my Indian doctor, and do almost you are from Africa. I know. Boom. Research has gone into it. When you be a Asia, one can say, oh, maybe this is too much now. And to go to a Ghanaian. Sometimes when you go there, you have to manage to number come abroad for mommy. He understands the language. But Kasana Wakana, go probably say, me some from. Of course, my stomach is turning me near there. So go there. Maybe I'm say when you bar or girlfriend or down for catching and say, I mean, especially women after 40 years. There's a lot of research which goes into it that you need that one. I mean, that's for, don't wait, be proactive. Don't wait to get sick now. Wherefore, the dynamic royal can. I mean, and Dr. Kwabena Duffuor, man, she was so happy. Say, I mean, I saw on this test to make sure that everything is well and good with you. And bano, ebedu baby no, my little research, ebedu age crop so why? Say egg count near DNA, so you are still have fertile eggs, you can still give birth, you can still do this near DNA. Don't leave it to chance. go and see the expert and have a beauty. I'm say they do stage where you are say the people who are the issues are people with the semi-literate people. They end up confusing you when you're careful. So go to an expert and have a discussion. Have a discussion about the situation or assessment. No, the right accoutrement or the right solution to your problem. Okay. Yes.
Normal to me, Dr. Kwame Amposani. Yes. 774-823-4270. And mobile number on landline here 508-459-2706. And address in here 10 Winthrop Street, Worcester, Massachusetts. Then I was suit 312. Yeah, you call
Nabiam Barber Salon. Nabiam Bakroma de Nabiam man I more dead. They don't me call no say 20 but me ba honom na 2020 I mean no call no say hey opo me see anko Nabiam the new relook the place as there's a remake then a redo of the place. What do one more to say yes this is a place of comfort. Could you now on your face weekend we na magacho say po me see we Kalusha sisiano ke you say Kalu and Manu I like that one. Kalumanu show be Kalumanu show Tisiano level you do no poems on what's not we start no se manicho Tisiano yeah Kalisha no ye pebi I say ye kama mbano wo sane
when you be man ka so
I say madam Fubia we madam Fubia
it's confirmed it's confirmed
it's cookie oh mbano mu sane dey almost show body you have to look nice they have to be sure that on your have no two say ko you so look good. And to look good for the weekend, go to Nabiam Barbering Salon. Go and have your beautiful haircut. I mean, start so you are assured of comfort, total comfort, on time delivery and everything. It will Main Street here, less than 2 minutes walk away from me. I'll go there and have a beautiful. We can say, someone until don't lose chance to anything. Make sure you look handsome, very handsome. Kakra now. And I've been a victim before. I know the ones I lost because I didn't take opportunities like this to look very handsome. Until we made it two for. Go there, look handsome for the weekend, and you'll be assured. At least you get 1 or 2.
All right, you go closer. Yes. Yeah, the cosity a moment you know almost no
but beyond the man now also cost social locals chairman go place no we do on my it's a drive through African restaurant I will drive through me do on my there times so me do on my e be na me from number me do am say oh pacho me ko edwon na me peduano also no problem which food do you want less than 2 minutes I get my meal I walk away that is what we are talking about here more dey more schedules into mo ye we no and
great chicken no fried rice jollof rice benkuni tilapia wache
everything
African food we apebia
obenya in the price range so it will fit your budget.
Yes,
it will fit your budget. That me do on man I'm so more just $10-11. Oh, that's no problem. They gave me a good meal, good jollof and meat to take to work. Nti wo bia wo pese wo nya quick fixed meal bino. Go there. They have an eatery. They have a drive-through. I don't know whether if the eatery has been open now, but the we know drive-through no honum and the food is over the moon. Asamas. You see, Asamas eba nama wokwa enem bia opebia freezers no ebi wosoro ebi wase any amount any type of fish that you want wokwa Asamas na wenye bia na chese bi ni Worcester say ebi agese ekofa wo we the bro apoase bro. It's a true definition of meat Africa. Another African store be bia wo honum bi e wo Main Street wo mo fa we na chiche me later mebbo exact store we na mamu but Asamas obi ani mo no yewo ha say ya de wo frame na be say emfa na hono ma metro nti wo pay anything that you want from Ghana, from anywhere, from Africa, go to Asamas Trading and you'll be assured. I mean, there is a man of many letters. He has time for you and he will go through it. You'll be piano. You are assured. Now, what on your mapone bro $150? Your man's best swad ya bro of you. Would one man now do less natural, not the cicatrix so. You'd know a quadrant, or coffee in the next show fridge him. No booth, your doorbell near the amount. I mean, this is the level you are going to now. The service is working to you. You only have to think it. once you think it will be in your freezer the next moment. So go to Asamoah Street.
Why t-shirt no? Which way?
Ras. Which way auto school? That name no royal name. This guy be say what trust huneko now okay so go to which way? Yes, I got told when Mr. Nozo see now he's sorted. He's driving. He said he's driving. It's all over the place. Won't you drive here? And last time too, I'm a call young girls is 18, 19 for you. One time no more pass it. And I did what a dempo and say examine no bar on my premises one. Near the route or no fast they will show you. You will know how it's going. Don't leave it to chance. Go to Richway Auto School. Go and have your lessons and get your examination done, and you'll be driving. You'll be the next driver in town. We'll be Charles 7 now in Niaje. Richway Auto School is the place to go when it comes to you wanting to drive a young child with a penny. Now there's a Ghanaianness over there too. I mean, would want my Monica no become Chrome Kasacho Bibia and help you to get the driver's license. I know even I could through. Minimum for bank on a saying easy. A bit crash 4 times, 5 times. So born may say, oh, the handbrake near the hand signs went to me and ye. Oh, drive or Ghana crown or Baminia. Condemn license and I call. And sir, you will lose the power parking 3.10. Hill parking near the now. They will teach you and you go and these are the things they will ask you. Routes not be fast on answer or no fast on. So the confidence is brimming. You'll be brimming with confidence and to go to Richway Auto School to have your driver's license and get your license too on top and be smiling.
Are not cheat trading.
Paplona, Pompano, opposed to Pompano fish. They say we're a very good afternoon to Mrs. Opukwa Jemfi. And I'm calling Pompano fish or one from Anochi Trading and then easy. Another African store with everything that you can ever dream of. Our Grafton Street and also. Into anything that you want from our coastal, also our big coastal on my wabu framework year now open now they pay. As answer everything for African shop. Then we by you be pa me to honum very affordable prices too. It be bia from the African, from Ghana, from the African perspective. No, go to Anochi Trading and you'll be smiling too. Another place for Africa, as far as African foods and everything are concerned.
Finally, financial affairs, lawyer Stella Angwafo, financial educationalists and immigration.
You see, when it comes to Anopa Bosuo, so I'm
not forgetting what the program name Basu 4 to 5 p.m.
Yes.
4 to 5 p.m.
Anything in concerning your finances and immigration, say go to this station and listen. You see, now me new program even I'm saying.
What chance answer me what channel bar. Wow, immigration question behind our channel purely for immigration.
Wow.
For questions in the bra.
Yes.
Now, lawyer Angwafo.
Yes. The most
do justice to that.
I really wanted to go because a testimony. Madame Fubi, our family member, the issues, but also a Cameroonian immigration attorney. We will stand on your man. It was life and death. Once when they do it's about people. We try to say leave the other details out, but a life and death situation. But this woman was able to guide the person through her. To make Nyama, to make Ghana back. I mean, they be brimming with smiles in there. People said it was a hopeless situation. Intimate dinner, and I'm a Cameroonian or bar. That's the woman. No, she's been in it for over 20 and something years and counting. Until he knows the ins and outs about immigration issues in Kwandia. Until T, no, what I want to know, because I'm a neutral kind. Not for what I'm so called dino. Would you just wait there a hopeless situation? He will make it hopeful. Nothing is late. Once we do Chrome, I will tell me. Minya, everything is possible under the sun. So don't leave it to chance.
Manicho Margarita, Manicho Margarita, me pay me once. Thank you for
my rabbi. My rabbi ni nyame.
Rabbi no way.
Hey,
what's up? Fast some call.
Sampayetia Obanyansa Bosuo Munibia wan kana asam Ze mafutu sam kakre wa supreme Yo kofi Oman ya woman Omani ya mamana
Enche yebe transitional politics Omani ya me omani su ya oman say you bad the anes so who say ya ba didi man nkomo ya ka mother Ghana say bring a small quota small one It's a little water, little drops of water make a mighty ocean. If you crack a way, and man, say, oh, you're too good. Kaka, or can smell, can go. But then the Kianake politicians will listen to us and our cry. Once again, my name is King Kalusha. I'm in the city of word, Manicho Bagarita, Mepemi Wasem, and Marudo Crew. It is confirmed. I tell Ebeko, there could be in common. I say, as my dear, the teacher, John Mahama, bomb or country, say, do or die, no. And I'm out for the break and once him. But then send me so a costume, and I met me the baby can many bobo sansem. After we are not a quarter, John Mahama and send some be nothing. A kaka didn't come on to come on. Tiafin out of Fidina at her. I need to radio 103.9. Our Massachusetts Worcester. King Kalusha on the hot seat. Hot seat, let's watch you. But we shall overcome. Master Dazo, one more time. Good morning to me, Master Dazo. And if you are there, maybe you clear also. If you are there, there's what me also. Master Dazo, once again, good morning.
I say, "You're see a dear. I can't be.
I didn't tell you about corner. Couldn't come on. Na bibi to my so. I'm to me interest no. My men far and send back. I one social issue be. They do come we are not free. TSC politics from. Or say 417 people attempted suicide between January and June this year. Mental Health Authority. Total of 417 Ghanaians attempted suicide from January to June this year. This is according to the Mental Health Authority in its press release dated September 3rd.
Yeah.
The authority noted that these figures would potentially even be higher than we know. To commemorate Suicide Prevention Day held on the 10th day of September annually, the authority shed light on statistics as part of the mandate to create awareness and also canvass support to end the phenomenon that is no respecter of persons, age or gender. This unfortunate behavior is not peculiar to a particular age group, sex, profession, but occurs across all the social classes and demographic variables. One person dying by suicide is disturbing, and these suicide figures are painful far too high. There must be a concerned effort to end this phenomenon. This year team is dubbed a renew worldwide commitment to prevent suicides, creating hope through action. According to the authority, the country has been hit with this concern as media reports tell of which happens taking place daily. If you are but you just give you the snow system, just have to talk, say, what actually is bringing up this suicide attempt by a lot of people, 417 within January to June. Manicho, so what do you think could have been the problem among 4% community suicide? Is it hardship? Is it broken heart? Is it like people cannot make ends meet and people are finding it difficult to live because of unemployment? And what might be the reason?
I like you already. I think you'll be very good. If you're a lecturer, you'll be interested in MCQs, multiple choice questions, so that A, B, C, D, all of the above, none of the above, A, B, and C. Because for me, it's more like all that you've mentioned, all put together. Ghana, and it looks like we are not serious with mental health. You lift a lot of things to chance, and it really affects, because about, they say 20% of madness, 80% of saneness. Sometimes, it's first at night 10, and then the person goes off, then maybe starts doing other stuff. And unfortunately, we sometimes attribute it to spirituality. To be say the realities are lost, but because the brain as a system sometimes lose some few wires. That leaves a lot of tightening, and you can do that psychologically rather than putting a screwdriver to it. Psychologically, we can really match up with these things. And I said it's all encompassing because what share reports now it didn't really specify that a particular. Like I say, all ages, all sexes, all professions near the end. So 417 it was had within the past 6 months were attempted suicide. It cuts across everything. Some because of due to unemployment. Reports in
2018,
yes,
the number of people who attempted suicide was 797. The numbers increased to 880 in 2000. However, it dropped to 717 in 2022.
Yes,
2020. To be able to save the lives of many who decide to take their own life, major signs to look out for. The authority noted include opening, expressing the intention to kill oneself, withdrawal from family, friends, and society, expressing no sense of purpose in life, no point in living, painting, writing, and talking about death, dying, or suicide. These are warning signs that must be. I'm saying,
these are things we can do to help people. Yeah, who say. When people are talking like this, that me cry, maybe I yes be then I mean in GBOM na say it's interesting they are painting to it.
But I can last say, I see the Criminal Code of Ghana Act 29 of Ghana, Section 57, Subsection 2, 1996, provide that whoever attempt to commit suicide shall be guilty of misdemeanor. Yeah, that person who attempts suicide is subject to arrest and persecution and is made to face criminal sanction upon conviction.
Yeah, I have a problem
question. Another question is so notice say nipa na or committed suicide I didn't say mon phone can find comment home na omon hwehwe na adwuma ansana omo ababechi na omo chi no mo de kokoto prisoner. I didn't intimi the charity man intimi enye say prison crime for etimi commit suicide or why do they have to take them
yes, so we'll come to that part.
Okay.
It's very important. I'm no prior that because UK almost decriminalized suicide in 1960 1960 I'm say a mental health issue, a sickness, but Ghana considers that criminal. Say we should try. If you die, you are safe. But if you don't die, you face the law. I mean, but somebody will tell you that what will let somebody try to kill himself. A lot of things because you are here dead and yes you Kwabena wakwa for wasi until why will you kill yourself? You get orgasm and yes you cry there who needs to cry chest orgasm so won't you until why will you kill yourself? So if somebody decides to take his life rival yeah let's say that's in here there I yes you cry kalisho na wakwa for wasi and yes you cry. Yeah, so I think that if somebody tries to we should look out for the signs. That's why he's talking about the first thing has to be why will somebody even attempt to kill him or herself? When you can sometimes broken hearts and you need proper planning. Sometimes obedient we when you don't have the Bible, we need storybooks, we need movies now there and I say true because we should one co-university, we should Bible university. And we said there are two things involved. Either so baby abebo and now to say obeja because the levels will change. What do you see about America? No banner say ye man no about before so about who say there's a danger. So ba say ya now so call Washington this simple there our problem pa. So ba we study here kakra not to say we women are not nice but the last time I was in Washington DC me we say honum there we boy ba na so Washington DC are very dangerous for you now the all these things are factors that will lead to people don't have proper talking to education now there and even unemployment even nipa ni nyejuma we be school that onyejuma people don't have money food they can't put food on the table near there. So I think that as much as mental health for Naka they should talk to the government too. I agree. See, you see, unfortunately, when they're abroad, because countries there are some countries they say they are happy countries in this world. There's still some suicides over there. Norway, Sweden, they can say these are the happy countries in the world because Scandinavian countries. But some of these things happen too. Obekacho say money is not a sure bet that people kill themselves. Even rich people kill themselves. Even poor people live life. Obeko be most will be near Japan sometimes here on the problems with Norson. but sike no odwen say na baka akoto fie wo California na say Beverly Hills and also say Dubai nti de bia no omo dwen too much ye ni bi ne de bia dwen the next person obeba me fie na de. So as much as I agree that money is not the panacea for some of these things happening, no, I think that we can also help in that direction. And like you rightly read no, so be exhibited those signs in Ghana, no, you normally keep a blind eye to it. You don't take things serious till they really get to that point. People like funny face now, they underwent some of these things. Ghana and assembly sitting for after best one answer say we be picture there. People need to have a conscientize to have a common sense approach to stuff too. Because maybe I'm not better and some more cannot even say no. Since it's still debilitating things here, away and down. The first thing is to reach out to them. Interesting, I'm see painting. I'm will be upper painting crap where prone to suicide now there, but you don't joke with them. So I think those are the ones that we should look at too. Expressing no sense of purpose in life. There's no point in living, writing, talking about death. Let's help our neighbors. Make sure that you look out for signs. Try to live your life that everybody around you is a potential person to commit suicide. And unfortunately, no, so say you're criminalizing us, no, so money a bit dangerous too. Because when people try, sometimes people try with the intention of getting attention. Say, oh, Charlie, you're share, but them sadly who are yes, you can be put in jail for 5 years, 10 years as a misdemeanor charge. I think that aspect also needs to be looked at. Your mental health will be a better. Maybe in the past it made a lot of sense. We have to deter people because you can't be wasting our time saying they but you do level beer. People who try to commit suicide, they need help. You should see it as a area. You can add in mental health.
But stress also with me the Saba. Now I'm saying Africans we don't see stress as a disease. I'm saying no big kasa. I say chroma say I'm say stress power. Of
course, the chroma say one of the number one killers are stresses. Into the be say relationship now they make sure you don't take some of those stress you. You must stress so. Now say relationship so stress so they are then they will bear with grave. Relationship should rather relieve you of your stress. So make sure that you go in for the right people.
Suicide attempt to part of it can be stress.
Oh yes, when people are so stressed, they get those tendencies too. Because sometimes you see, sometimes you have to live life as it comes. But if no one, they want to achieve so much within a short time. Unfortunately, Ghana no, and also crab account, ritual is not there. No. We don't question source of people's wealth, so they're putting pressure on others too. 21 years or Range Rover will fear any parents in your rich. Ejuma Ben or yeah, they be a case crum haseno. What could you 10,000 or the 10,000 crack or to banker? They will call people to they will question you. The UK is even worse. I say for them, say most can see buska can say UK make me $1,000, $1,500. When sometimes require them, same look rent. They said they want to pay for me. We're not west. Yeah, easy. Why will you take $1,000 from your account? £1,000 near there. So all those things, and I think that I'm talking about that because there's pressure on people. Pressure. People buying pressure for people. People are stressed. Onye Juman, yeah, onya 1 square meal on to me the year crown so or you lazy or you what was your word yesterday? I never used your word. Take on Koso or be
everywhere too. Will be waiting for as well. Also, them about Facebook and Pacho now I share now comment say na be to me koso. Manucho na no gusua o tin nsem no. Remember mananum so aka Frances Lamisi Punamani. I want to say hello guys, and Royal Baby Queen One. I say I did throw salute to you guys, my professionals. Royal Association then and some team Oba na and Semno they discussing also with my show views on the topics. They go for me now. Baby to me because they say we are discussing the suicide attempts by Ghanaians 417, and they say from January to June, and I'm questioning maybe so I say. Also because part of unemployment. Almost say unemployment has been on the highest.
It's one of the biggest. We are researcher. Unemployment will be very,
very big. Say they did a marvelous research. They could have given us the age group. Say maybe a number of this one, 10 to 20.
No, I think that comprehensive report will be there, but when you adjust for the
okay,
this is an average version.
Average version. Okay.
I'll say all ages. That 417 in there. I want to make say particularly this, but I think that you can do a higher level analysis because if people want to do psychology in there, they will do it. But I think that when I cut it across, I will say if 10 years teenagers are killing people in the name of getting money rituals near there, students. But in the past, JHS students be a girl be active say we couldn't because or serious in the near there. I wouldn't sit back and say that women are. It looks like painful point time here. The age brackets, in my mind's eye, without any proper or research, I can confidently tell you like between 15 to 40 years range, no more undergo some of these things. People are well advanced in age will feel say you because you see, because America gives second chance to people. We'll be about at the age of 15. Very smart person, one goes who are at the age of 35 or the son of your quite Arhin at to fear by the age of 40 years and I be, but if you lose out by 35 years, 40 years, and 1 year careful, you can never come back to yourself. No, put pressure on people, and sometimes people can't withstand, try to kill themselves, attempt to kill themselves all the time. So unemployment, money, poverty, broken heart, family issues, and then I think these are the teething where they are, especially when you don't have a welfare system. Everything must be catered for. Even some of us, we've been through it. When at a point in time you get frustrated that yeah fine when that lifeline and go second chance and I'll leave Frogger. I think that it's a whole big issue. Until we should be more proactive. And you said your world mental day near the internet, some of these things are being discussed. I think that they shouldn't sit down to wait till this moment to come and discuss some of these things. So they should do advocacy. Yeah, I say chromacy. That's why some of us have access to this community radio near the end. To be experts for psychology near the end, then we come and talk to Ghanaians too. I think that's the direction they should be moving. And we should train a lot of psychiatric doctors near the end, psychology doctors. Because Ghana, no, I don't know, I'm sure they even know because of be a psychology required. Then Ghana is sort of soldier and I saw the Kowi. Now, other workers are found sharing finance. We joke with mental health. I did back on Ghana and we joke a lot with it. But because just saw psychology crying out here. Fine, maybe we have a weak understanding of psychology. Psychology just will be a way near there, maybe the deeper roots. But the issue is that I think it's high time they come out, they do advocacy. I believe in advocacy. I do want knowledge, maybe team radio station idea. Advocacy is what I'll be preaching. That's why I'm happy. Say, Dr. Away. Also, yeah, doctor. Kwabena Duffuor. No, I bet so then lawyer Angwafo, attorney Angwafo. I'm so happy. Every Saturday night, me find their grow. Me train back to back because it adds to my knowledge. Or Chebina may catch us man to be on, but because I listen to advocates Amoka, I'm more discussing some of these things. So take advantage. Tomorrow, put your dial here and listen to these experts, right? As they walk through the door. So I agree with you that most of the problems you have in unemployment will be number one. I wouldn't run away from it, and a lot of families.
Could you also be like they are disappointed by the politicians promising that them heaven and earth, and by the end of the day, they are not doing anything, and the other people are hungry and those kind of stuff. Could that also be a link? It could be a link.
It could be. That's why what share now one range is there. I mean, we are lucky that maybe in 2020 it was still 777. You can't sit back and tell me say so. But at least it's better than when 2019 880 in 2018 790. At least they're all in the hundreds, over 700. It doesn't look too good. So I agree with you that it's a panacea to some of these things that people are not making ends meet, and if ends cannot meet, the brain begins to tell you to end it. So I think one bigger chunk. And devil finds work. Bible cracker said, "Devil finds work for idle hands." Imagine that people are able-bodied men, no money ye. So what do? Sometimes they'll be from
sitting down and things might be going through their minds.
Exactly, especially so warrior will crown so there, then the pressure becomes times 2. Because family exactly. Because who could be fear, but in a typical African setting, me bow fear and why fear now yeah. I'll say your wife now you clean. Say do I need to table so the man is lazy. I mean times are changing. I mean forgive me. I know people might take me on this, but the point is that that's your typical African setting is here. So the men become agitated and sometimes forced to kill themselves because if you can't provide food, square meal for your family, Abroche na partnership. I mean, I say in the Bema near Bay or Banya Bay, Bema Niska, Banyiska. So we are even a bit more. But back home, no, I'll not be surprised to tell you that men are attempting more suicide than the women. Near there. I'll go for the research, many winners, so that we do proper diagnosis of the whole thing. But that's the stance down there. All that I've mentioned are true. Unemployment, people getting disappointed in the system, people promises being given to people that they are not fulfilled. Any idea, and I'm sure that typically Captain Span the Kai. So obi psychology will go no deep protection. She say me ba me more baby ashe. No we win we no catch and say na psychology there. Then obi me this all they call police and a soldier. And the guy nearly killed himself. He told that story. Send background very learned boy Udiwechi or computer or bibia or you know he's not getting job to do. Obi linguistics or you are the age my bang. Which the system don't provide jobs for them, then they become liabilities and they try to leave this world.
Okay.
But I will not pray those. And the reason why I believe in the pastors too, they'll be names and co. They're also doing their best, giving people hope. Sometimes I just the hope is too much. Miracles in the doors, 24-hour miracle. You have to say you work out to make money. Don't believe that. No. Mama Sovon can't just say you make money overnight. When it comes to riches, there's no miracle. There's no shortcut. I mean, they should tell the truth. Mama Montan saw them and said there's a shortcut to be rich. Say Bema will 24 hours. You be niska. Find the system should find jobs. Instead of a president can say a year of industrialization. We are very good at sloganeering. We need industries. People should start working so that they can at least find food. They can find food, clothing, and shelter. Then Ghana, these are three very difficult things for people. I can call you Kotata Denche. If you are not calling you Bindi, be ordinary to transfer in your way. How would that person not commit suicide? Not follow Maslow theory of needs. These are reasons people kill themselves. Say me nyedi and papa ni, me nyedi dan papa and dem, me nyata papa and sha. What else? What am I living for? Obi cry then I can't me kotasa asi, me koto car, me koto bobi. Those things are self-actualization levels. People are not even getting there.
Obi cry say, "Omo share TV cry na we see you." But koto down
go makwesi. Inya pressure, you top pressure man ko for say at the age of 30 na mo down we still gone. Obi kasa ansem we ya. When you sit back, bako kai say ya won ya. They follow some of these people who can give them next to nothing. They just talk anyhow. No attorney data, one bundle, no channel. 10 once Ghana, no channel. No, I mean, we say you may know about then. Ghana, the Eugene Uncle GTV, no more ethical radio. One, the president has decided to go to Tongu. Uncle Shen.
Okay, Maducho, Magani, Tetarito, Pepper, once it is confirmed. On our telecam. Question also say agree to you, all guys. And Mamiaba in Kuma. Was good morning, my people. King Kalusha in the driving seat today.
Yes.
That's it.
Be the co-pilot. Rivals in the seat.
Yeah. Nobody Obi in your rival.
Yeah, my rival.
Obi they say so right now. Let's from the social issue. No, you have politics.
Yeah.
The Gabby issue. No, starting. Was it Gabby? Gabby say Gabby there. I say Kwabena Duffuor will challenge Mahama for 2024 flagbearership. Former minister, former finance minister Kwabena Duffuor has a presidential ambition. Gabby alleged. According to him, Duffuor will be the main challenger in the NDC to ex-president John Mahama. Gabby believes the two heavyweights are equal in terms of financial strength and public service. Gabby Ochidakon, a leading member of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, has analyzed ongoings in the main opposition National Democratic Congress. According to him, the party 2024 flagbearership race will be between two former appointees of the late John Evans Atamils, that is former President John Dramani Mahama and former Finance Minister Kwabena Duffuor. Mahama lost re-election in 2016 and again in 2020 to incumbent Nana Akufo-Addo, but talk is rife that he will seek to lead the party into 2024 polls. He has not made any concrete pronouncement to that effect. On the other hand, Kwabena Duffuor has since 2012, when he left the Mahama government, been engaged in very little politics at all. But Gabby claims he will stake a claim to lead the NDC, citing recent pronouncement. Duffuor has not spoken about any presidential ambition, but be it in the past or recently. So Gabby in Sensamia NDC, was just looking, throwing some stones into the NDC. He's just looking at back and just wanted to make sure say this too, because I think they might come for the fact say Kwabena Duffuor, I can't say John Mahama died. Was not good.
The only one who has dissented.
He was the one who has a boss to tell John Mahama what is going on.
Exactly.
And I'm at Gabby, LG. Do you have the same? He said, but I don't know about Kuso. I said they have the financial muscles or financial strength.
He has.
And then he'll be able to do also social ABT.
You see, this is in twofold. That's why I had to read the story very well. It's very speculative coming from Gabby. You say, I see me on my what here. Maybe I miss I'm a band when I'm say Kalusha Koise. It will come with some level of appreciation. That's what Ben.
I'm trying to say. Gabby in September 7 Facebook post about ongoing the NDC raid. It looks like the internal battle to win the heart, soul, and the body of the NDC is on. It is between two clear NDC heavyweights, whether in financial might or public services experience. Gabby, where's your fan home?
Oh, I think that is giving them signs. I mean, after listening, you see, some of us have sat back and saying NDC crown why after Mahama why not way. People have all those things because imagine, because I'm even looking at we throw light. Why don't you even think of a partnership? It's also possible for you. You are not coming from the same. Maybe a Baben Mahama tickets didn't look more sane because you are both from the north. But this is Kwabena Duffuor is an Ashanti or an Akan and so. Why wouldn't you play it in there? And moreover, that time now I was in Ghana, EIB. He owns EIB network. So there was even talk about the fact that he was going for the vice presidential way. Others also felt that he had issues in the bank, Unibank. He was in court. Maybe he has some debts around him to really fight. So I think that Gabby is looking from that side that he's the only high-ranking member who has dissented or given a counter talk to what John Mahama said about the do or die. Until he has put 1 and 2 together that to face Mahama, you need to have clout. One, there's always a idea. So it's only just based on, I think that he's speculating that to feel said the way the man is talking, and if you are in the closeness to male money idea, John Mahama, it doesn't look like too big a fish to him in terms of Bob brother and to say abilities in NDC idea. I think the only difference is Mahama getting the chance to be a vice president and rising to the throne. So no, if there's an open chance, he stands a perfect chance to also compete. So I will leave it at that doorstep that it's very speculative, but it makes a lot of genuine sense that maybe at the form consider he should consider. And some say, we read the story very well, where the iota of truth. That's why he said he's never made, even after the loss, he's not really been in the political terrain so much. And he's never ever declared his intention that he's going for the presidential bid. Say for Kets Authority, before Jane Mensah, Nana Kwabena was chosen, he was seen as a likely candidate in terms of financial economic muscle. If you need somebody to have muscle when it comes to economic discussions, Kwabena Duffuor is in the state. He's been at the Bank of Ghana before. He's been a minister. He has some businesses. Basi enka the economy, Baumia is seen as an expert in. You can put Duffuor there to have that beautiful discussions between themselves. You can say the GDP, you see, infinitesimal, they can't discuss it. So I'm thinking that it's good that Gabby has given them a shot at it. That maybe this is another man you might not have looked at. And announce on your radio, why don't you give it a shot? I mean, at this point in time, or maybe try Obiang Moncorporate Sanya, form a merger and go for the presidential, go for the ticket. You see, all these things for me are coming up. That at the end of the day, if Gabby, that's why I don't know why Gabby did that, but maybe he also wants to make it making for them, because there's always the talk about. I've listened to the likes of Kennedy Japan Marker say Kwabena Duffuor has issues. Hey, on anybody anka be cool chop, on any honsem, no bank and send me a bay. You know, then people get a bit afraid that I'm part na the enkophobia no one some the enkofa pokwa.
But not me so I'm of the view say obi work political, obi with the same political party. Now obi can say na say nya. Now, or Baba can be saying, before then, so because Ghana it was in crisis and they needed to face the country and get a job for Akufo-Addo. So I'm no okay, and this answer, I Kwabena Duffuor Canentina, Gabby better say or political ambition, or political party be say, would you become seminar say, and ya, untuminka, and to all council near the link will say, or say, oh, a presidential ambition, and that's all kinds of assembly, and to untuminka.
No, you see, we are politics and the day because I just read the story. Akufo, ex-president Akufo said he did not see anything wrong with all that. Or what's the problem with it? And why is it okay for you? Or you get very disappointed. You think, what do you feel if Akufo says, "Oh, who problem with all that"? But he feels that it's a genuine statement. You understand? So I'm bringing you to the fore that our politics here, you need to be a strategist. You can condemn in the room, but when you come outside, you don't give your opponent your best equipment to use against you. Because you are in a transitional democracy. If you are saying a more liberal, advanced liberal democracy, America Charlie Baker can have a strong exception to Donald Trump, but they are in the same party. It doesn't really affect them so much because the Ted Cruz can have a standoff between. Because at the end of the day, it's my own reputation against yours, but you have a common goal. Our special purpose vehicle is Republican, but it doesn't mean that we should always agree. That's how it is here. But Ghana, it's a bit dangerous. You think that if Akufo-Addo says all that we die, the next president Akufo feels that no, it's a really vile statement. You think it will be good? It's work out for the political ambition. And I say what Duffuor is doing now, it's work out well for John Mahama. That is why you see, anybody asks and say, hey, you know what? If you've been able to stand up to Mahama, you've dissented. Then how kind you could have beautifully spoken, but to use a do or die, it's anti-party standards for Duffuor. Okay, why not? If you strongly believe that this man is not driving the bus well, why don't you also give it a shot? Because that's how it is. It's not written anywhere that it's only Mahama who should take them to the promised land. So if somebody in the bus feels that he's a better driver, it's that time he also takes up raises his hand like I can move the bus proper. So I think that and can you bonnet, but where for political expediency and moving forward there. When he says another one, it might be. But even in all this, MPP has some. When it's interesting, MPP forms will be. I mean, Tarzan, Nyauta Nyadenya. Some come imagine. But why is it not telling them they have presidential ambitions? You understand? That is why NDC needs to handle it well. Because we have, even at Kennedy, who have presidential ambitions, he has his own issues with the way the presidency is being run now. So I don't think that it's something that is beyond them. It's the way NDC handles it. That maybe this will be Gabby can. And I say, that's why I wanted to know the link. If Gabby was friends with him or they've had something, don't say I put some credence to the story. But I wouldn't even know see me who be the entire over to me. It's only
maybe sure Gabby is taking a clue. Say, he sees Duffuor or is a political a presidential ambition because they could see themselves as rivals.
No, but instead of just speculating at this point, it is very, very speculative. Unless the man has tried the presidential something somewhere, which you may account. And I'm just saying it's remains speculative. He could see maybe you say he's very good at prediction. Or he should say, then you will leave it for him. That you think that Gabby. It's a suit and I will leave it for him. But for now, I would say we have friend conspiracy theory, which I'm very good at. You add some pieces together and okay, internal car say because for like Babi never had his intentions that he wants to take over from Mahama. But for somebody to dissent, say he wants to take over there. I think early days yet. But if or maybe TMA they should consider even merging a ticket of that nature, I think that it will help go on there. But like I say, then what happens to Fantiland? If you take Jane or Pokwajiman off, what did she do that you don't think she's still qualified for? So what to bomb Momo, if they are not careful, it's a grenade. The way they play with it, they can either throw it back or they by blasting their faces. I'm a bit afraid for them now.
Okay, thank you so much. Your story is to be met to me. Eugene Arhin or say no president has fought corruption as much as Akufo-Addo. And John Mahama, as NDC, will complete abandoned project when we come into power. John Mahama, our victory in 2024 will be one without argument. John Mahama being do or die comment. Reverend Dr. Opuni Frimpong slams John Mahama. Akufo-Addo, John Mahama are both focusing on irrelevant stuff Dr. Opuni Frimpong and so the whole seminar the baby tier for and road minister I say be ready to pay more for better roads. And then starting from Eugene Arhin. President Akufo-Addo will have to fight corruption is on March. War to fight corruption is on March in Ghana history. This is the view of the spokesman Eugene Arhin. Government has come under barrage of corruption allegation from the NDC and John Mahama. Director of Communication at the presidency, Eugene Arhin has said no president in the history of Ghana has fought corruption as much as his boss, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Eugene Arhin made the comments whilst addressing journalists at the Jubilee House on Tuesday, September 7, 2021. His views were in response to Ghana Center for Democratic Development survey that concluded that respondents did not believe in the president's ability to fight corruption. The report is not one we can easily dismiss. Yes, they have conducted their survey, but we, on the other hand, believe that in the fight against corruption, no president has done more than Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, and there are facts to take to back it. If we are to consider the funds that were sent to the 5 accountable institutions of state, there has been an increase, 25% increase in their funding in 2017. In 2018, there was 34% increment across board, he added. He further mentioned the Office of the Special Prosecution is a key plank in the president's commitment to fighting corruption, before stating that the presidency does agree with the findings of the survey. The establishment of an independent institution to fight corruption, that is the Office of the Special Prosecutor, in fulfillment of campaign results by the president. We have disagreed with the survey. We does disagree with the survey results. No president in the history of the country has fought corruption as much as Akufo-Addo, as he stressed. Back in 2017, Arhin told TV3 that Akufo-Addo led government will call for investigation into any allegation of corruption made against official on an on us and when basis. We are not going to allow any single case of corruption allegation be swept under the carpet, and he said his views were in response to corruption allegation leveled against the then Deputy Chief of Staff Francis Asensubuachi and Samuel Abu Jinapo by the musician and MPP sympathizer A+. The two of them were subsequently cleared after an investigation and have since won seats in Parliament. Recently, the government and the New Patriotic Party have been on the defensive, rebelling corruption allegation level against the government by former President John Mahama on the thank you tour. That is a comprehensive, It was too much, quite mouthful.
Eugene Arhin, I mean, it's interesting now. He's really been on the news. I mean, he had to do a press conference, and these are some of the things he said. I mean, and just this week, I can't ask him.
So, this some of the defensive mechanism one more time?
Yes, these are some of the things. First one had to be where Oppo felt that it was incomplete, inconclusive. For me, it's bizarre, it's strange, it is odd. I mean, for him to say someone is lying without giving the counter facts to really say that when we're wrong, because you deal with what you have. I mean, this world probably can say the world is flat. It was accepted till another fact came that is not true. So what you have, research work is what you keep as a fact. So another one is done. And he's saying that this president has fought corruption better than any other president on the Fourth Republic. I think it's a bit far-fetched. I mean, when he stretches, you read a full story, and where he alludes to the fact of two major things, that at least they've set up an office of the special prosecutor, which is good. I mean, setting up even the zeal to even set up an office of such a nature, although it has its own issues, that it has no prosecutorial powers. it's still the Attorney General who makes the decisions here from court and I'm from court. I mean, you can tell it to the Marines. So more Monty and we are setting up in tea. It's just another wink of the Attorney General's department because everything. So the buck stops at his doorstep. Say, okay, man, if you mount me and she. He lives it there. You know, say as soon watching someone like Bujina Pass, the deputy chief of staff, also A+ leveled an allegation against them about against them. It was our Kolebu near there. They manage
about
but they've been others too. I mean, white papers have been issued near there. So for me, he's only doing. I don't envy his job. I mean, this is the same man. The wife came out to say a lot of things about him, listing properties within from 2016 till 2020. All of us, I mean, the Ghana managed to not make it feel like it's no news. And your news to acquire all those things within 8 years has been the chief scribe.
That was 4 years.
Yeah, within 4 years. Within 4 years, and the boy said they have together. No. Only heaven can smile. I mean, I'm sure Satan will even shudder at it, but it is private life, private property. The reason why I've always said that even in the midst of the storm, people still smile. I, who can smile, have decided to leave that place to come and sit here. So, but I only discuss it for them over there in principle. So, I think for him to say that no president in the Fourth Republic has fought corruption better than sometimes, I don't know why he says that, and the reasons that he gave.
Now, so when you're quite baby, now to me, the Japadia. I remember to Marco Janka say, corruption.
Exactly.
I'm sure they went for so. Why do you have to say
and
that?
I don't envy his job. He's only doing well for his paymasters, because if sometimes you lie through your teeth, say you think you fought it better. You see that those are smacks. Smacks are when people hear, they get a bit agitated. That people feel that we need to be careful. Sometimes it's good you don't even talk at all. But for people to say that corruption is widespread and it's going on, AB for saying money idea, the way they went about things, people are not happy. But Mary deal, no send a coin. You see, these are a Japa deal, the PDS. These are things which are still hanging. You don't come to any proper fruition with it. A lot of scandals to me about. Now, because I say for you, as far as you are concerned, you've done better, and you cited an Abujina A+, being an MPP member, all personal issues he had with them, and you found on Tiwa money at the end. Say, Mama Ashim we are. So Ghanaians should start clapping for you. I think I'm a bit disappointed. I wouldn't sit here and say that I have any counter information that what he's saying is a lie, and I say we. But you know the allegations which are out there that needs to be looked at. The galamsey, the excavators, these are issues that need proper looking at. Now because and say you are fighting corruption better than
almost saying the cries of Ghanaians are Oman saying UK dear, my friends say
Japan deal. The Japan make a PDS subsequent president's number, condition president among Bankovaji Jessica, Okojo way a PDS when if they are good, why haven't you brought them back? Why have you hanging them and waiting for 2 years on Gabby and Co? They'll bring it. When I'm not here by 2023, I best and the sorry, so for me, it feels that they've done well, and Ghanaians believe they've done well. So let's move on.
It is that defensive mechanism I want for Kano. Why MPP for if people are bringing issues, why can't they?
No, but they have to defend. I don't think that they have a problem with them defending. If you are about to not say counter information, Fabra. As far as they are concerned, they've done justice to everything. See, if you believe in the system, bring it. Into to make us say they don't have to defend, but they have issues. Yeah, the enumerate say, maybe if we say in the deals or the mama we Manasseh the buyer, the way they dealt with it, some of us are not happy. And they just for near the way a choir, Paul Ademochu had to take him on near there later on. He bought chair. Ghana Airport Company Limited, the same place as 60 million was realized from COVID testing there. You see, so virtually we know much to feel that as the corruption perception is so they are neck deep in it. So like I said, as they are the best to deal with, then I don't think there's corruption in Ghana. By his own assertions, like I said, there's no corruption in Ghana. So we leave it to
now, I'm Eugene Arhin, a communication director, but I'm saying at times when he's talking, it doesn't, it doesn't talk with facts. We being a communication director at the presidency there, you should have all this facts at your beck and call. But I know as you say, my vague statement, no, just like that. Communication, maybe I want a vintage and a vital no. Now we say sensitive part and what the oba now oba defending now. Also I want fast biamba. If you
what can I drink? You have a chance and this is what he knows and he said them to the best of his ability. So you have a decision to make.
By now he was also making a say we are to consider the funds that were sent to the 5 accountable institutions of state. There was 25 increase in their funding in 2017. In 2018, there was a 34% increase across board.
I don't even want to talk about it. But what have they done with it?
About the fact or
no, taking money there. It's not about money. Taking money to the institution that means you are fighting corruption. But he's fighting it. You see, this thing is wish-wash. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, hogwash. Say me this I'm fighting corruption. What high-profile cases? Somebody bar you deal with them. Because if you tell me that you give them 100 billion, you are fighting corruption. I think that is where you see that's the standpoint I'll have with him. That okay, my money is my money, all the requisites on check corruption. That means there is no problem in there. That's what he will say. But I also feel that it's not about that. Will be just one Ghana city, but the job that he will do with it will be 100 million crown to me in here. He should not. That whole idea that money is the only reason for people to feel good about themselves. I mean, they don't wash. They don't wash as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I don't put that aspect in anybody. I don't think it's too important. As far as I'm concerned, we took money there, so we've done it better than anybody. You've not done better than anyone.
Okay, right, thank you. I'm saying, John Mahama, two stories.
Yes.
We are Dr. Opuni Frimpong, and so 2 a year, and so and I'm starting from John Mahama, and the first, saying, NDC will complete abandoned projects when we come into power. John Mahama, several buildings in various sections of the economy has been left unattended to. John Mahama said he will complete all the projects when he's voted back into power. The former president is on the tour of the Bron region. Former President John Mahama has said the opposition party, National Democratic Congress, will complete all projects they commenced before they left office to the Akufo-Addo government to take over. He noted that the abandoned project will be funded with the taxpayers' money. Speaking to the Bron Regional House of Chiefs during the tour of the region on Wednesday, September 8th, Mahama attributed the abandoned project to the government refusal to pay contractors to work on the projects. It is the government that has left projects incomplete all over the place. It's a particular government that we have seen that huge number of abandoned projects because they are not paying the contractors. All kind of workers, but when you also go here, I mean, Kufo started some projects. When the NDC came to power, they abandoned those projects. The same thing, Bama complaining. No, name say abandoned project be so here. I for quite transiting if you want to say, who be here say, taxpayers for money, and they go into the development of the project and development of our country. And see, if they started something, they don't have to abandon them and then obey power Bima and obey. These are not some of the political talks or just something to win the confidence of the voters.
Yeah, first I think it's a good news for say Minya chance Bioma. A lot of I will continue the projects past government, why he announced so Janu. You see, we can't story now. He was being smart with it, because the truth was that I can say my abandoned project, that officer can say project NPP Bayano. So more we so no chance he will complete them. But I like the question part of the buy and say, you see who would that and to be a lot of news to us. In the past, people have really taken us for granted. I mean, right from.
NDC, our victory in 20 will be one without argument. Project which one do you want us to?
No, these are two different stories.
Okay.
So
okay.
Why he said would be one without argument.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think we've seen him before. When you begin to say some of these things, people get a bit agitated. if not annoyed, because Mekai affordable housing. Woman Ponia, so called Ponia there. Where people might argue that Naya Mills, he was just a vice president, but even he had a chance to be president too. He could have gone back to get them done. He never really went. He never really did them. See, in principle, no, that whole idea is a politician there. If he's off power, then he begins to give a lot of vile promises about onto me. You know, maybe people are getting wiser. That's why I said the only good news is that you hold people accountable for it. Right from President Akufo-Addo time, he said things. Obaino, I'm sure he did not continue. Maybe if Rollins left off, the young democracy didn't know. Whereby Tamils by Makufayeno. You see, I learned certain things from them. Say, bo honoma affordable housing. Yen see we cry bo money ache. Ya the amount of you into your mbabeje. I agree. It has its own level of discomfort. The project go on my yen no yen mom you see that until we are by law no. Government isn't continue, they have to use it. But I believe that you say that you will look into all projects, correct all anomalies, then continue them. Say, okay, then it makes it beautiful. But at the end of the day, maybe I'm speaking a lot of grammar. The most important thing is here project. It's my joy is that what's now done there? Everybody has the right to tell him that sometimes man could be from Kanche. You had the chance, you had 5 years. And people can give you catalog of projects that maybe the Akufo administration did that you did not look at continuing them. That time you had affordable housing needed to complete it. You came to start STS. We started STS. You didn't really go there. Another project. But this time around, so there are lots of cheap compound near there. I can't room near there. This current administration have also not completed them. With stories, everyone wants to be a Danny senior say, but it's got taxpayers' money. It's with their VA. Now use. Let's put them to some good use. That is what people are advocating for. See, I am not fussy about it. What can win a chance 1 year? Unless we because I've learned my lessons. I really messed up a lot. So this time around, if I have a second chance, I've tasted, I've gone back, I want to taste again. It is an outlook. I say mama ring onions. Now where they come on no way. No, you have another mind about it. Maybe that is the point. He needs to sometimes acknowledge the fact that he made mistakes. My man say he was an angel and we threw the angel away and he was coming back. So he needs to tell us the same story. He also had opportunities to continue abandoning projects 1 year. But in soon says so baby so you hold them accountable for it. He should be the chance if he comes. And the current administration too. Wake up call. This is what the man says. So why don't you even complete them quickly? No being say, oh, now Babe and also Babe now you have 3.5 years to enumerate or have an inventory of all projects and complete here. Chips company idea and put in the effort. Halt all new projects that are not needed now. Maybe the hospitals are needed, but maybe no what do you samba no and jayano not completing the one that done. Then people will know that you can smoothly take off. So I'm okay with the fact that me but I'm not so say obabe yemompai na bra na be but one ban so because you had your fair chance and you really played with it. So I'll leave it at that doorstep. That's what we will remember some of these moments. Ghanaians are becoming enlightened. One banana mechanic, any blueprint. Just like Ocho said yesterday, your problem is any national policy. People are implementing their manifestos because they feel that is what they said to come to power. And then I make a semi cathedral and I'm there banty my body make cathedral and then I'm make a semi free SHS and then I people have some of these things, but we a national policy that say by the end of 2030 every school university should be free, should be this. Then it's a blueprint to be able to follow. You might have your own wishes, but you don't deviate from the national end game policy you play. But you don't have it. Why people are agitating that we need that one person to on one case, so you should say that so no chance you do a comprehensive constitutional review and answer then people will know that these are the things people who are interested in the constitution will now be thinking, okay, so Akufo-Addo more chance not someone then we can have perspectives and be discussing. But what about 1 year that you are disadvantaged? I pray people it falls on people's minds, but I'm talking of so I don't begrudge them because you miss the chance yourself.
Okay, thank you so much. See, John Mahama, you find no social everyone calling. You call Minister of Fruits in the na. I mean, perhaps the doctor Opuni Frimpong, no. They chat to them. Yeah. John Mahama has taken his thank you tour to the Ahafo region. is confident the NDC will win the 2020 presidential election. The former president is disappointed. A project from his time has been abandoned, as we earlier said. And President John Mahama has assured the supporters of an incontestable victory in 2024. The former president also called on his supporters to lay aside all their reservations from the previous election of 2020 and forge ahead for the victory that is to come. When the two ships knock their heads in the fight, it goes back, prepare and come back with a bang. I want to assure you that this is the state the NDC is in now. In 2024, we are coming back with a well-prepared force for a victory that no one can argue about. As a more an import of the soil is a no one on the tip say you can take it from there. John Mahama, they are coming with victory.
You see, it's in the era of idiomatic expressions. It needs to get. You see,
Obi say dead goat. Yeah. And a bar first. Yeah. And a boot for boot bar second. Exactly. And a do or die. Exactly. Who is he?
Yeah, exactly. And you see, interesting, boot for boot made people also die. If you be truthful with himself, because when you say we might them boot for boot, and I can say we baby and I'm the power. When you are a cripple does not beat war drums, we should not be the first to beat war drums. Not to downgrade people with a disability. But the point is that what worker say yanko no, si say yakwa who ko ni ube to me join akokubi. Because at the end of the day, no. The current administration, they have the police, they have the money, they have the clout. Until when I want to touch line, I work say ye do or die near the end. Too many. The president is the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. The vice president is the commander-in-chief is the leader of the interior of the police force. Now when I would teach now, so do or die. No? Do or die means what? You can. You see, I don't know whether he's really thought through it. That at the end of the day, you don't do that when you know that say a banner critical. You don't have those people in your pocket to really manipulate in that regard. You see, at that whole era of nipa bema pima oko echino asan be pimbiom ne ade no, you can beautifully say them. They are very beautiful proverbs and idiomatic expressions. But my point here is that your first point in anka will drum it down anka. Ese we creating we catch you say if you are a regional minister on the day 7th December 2024, try and be a polling agent for once. You see, that's the level you should be talking to them now. That one day, no, we have to push your own victory. Because at the end of the day, no, the reason why I accept Uncle Boka say and Uncle Pa Jimen Sacha, because Jimen Samuna Adenya have been saying that elections are won at the polling station. He is only the one going to declare it. It's only no problem. Ebeko Kosi. Woko Koti, Nanka or pink sheets in over 20,000 polling stations in Yawon Obia Kitabi. We Kalusha Memeko way, Mozama LA Primary School. Me cry me pink sheet. Also called Busor Primary School. LA Dansoman Shigota. Yen Obia on the pink sheet. Obia sign. Then we can have a beautiful discussion. You understand? But when you take people to go and do those jobs and Kofona, Obiba no more fried rice, no more 1 million, no more sorry, no more sir. Who do you blame? So virtually, so like I said, it's a we need to be determined and vigilant. It's better than saying do or die, because a man 1 million or sorry coin. Okay, do or die. He say them about die. He's still going there to misbehave, because if you don't use the right people, they will still not intellectually be capable of manning the post for you. Because Obo Anoma, you can't just say 3,334 now on the back to mean spell on to mention to ready. Are you serious? You have OBSA 207, 207, no, 27, 207 or 27 or Troy. Now the people who can't, you see, you do stage here. Even there are some people crawl here. Obey my lawyer near their crowd. When it comes to figures, you'll be deficient. So take people who can do the job. Only my door, yeah, by mathematics, for the calculator, you can add up very well. On market, Nipana, okay, yeah, Obiaba to Abana, what's one on all kind? Ebia Kalisha about 1, Manucha about 2, about 3. You really a kind of night 3, 4. No more to Abana. Yaminu class 6 people. I then are near 8. Young kind of you. Young shake. These are the level you should be using people with high intellectual capabilities. because the point is that we between the foreign material between you see sometimes we sound like a broken record because you keep doing the same mistakes at 2012 2013 letting position there be a mempe voter regime him say no tongu ye NDC for nti ade na mempe 2 ballot papers bin ko frame nti ye kan we na there near 28,201 I'm say no menya 28,099 nti then 201 nti ye njintum. So what do? Because abroso, me no nyam say abroso, but because somebody wanted to be mischievous. So take people who have the impetus, who have the common sense to rectify some of these situations, and then me friend vigilance no. Because the background me and me trade me should be say okay, every ballot paper be stamp it ni assign it. Inti making sure say yen one by one. Every ballot paper be serial number. Yen serial numbers no. Ni duplicate ni yen film. Yen be say we ade na yen paper number sin so. And yet bank akoko ya na wa watch wo dia gusu ni ade. Your sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4. Into this attempts your vigilance should start from there. Say obia making sure say bibia by the time I will be accept ade no, then you know what you accept to cry. Write very good English to explain the situation. All of you should sign. Into the command judge no so already. Almost oh yeah, na say munyamu jitu mu say ade ni say na koye. You understand? So those are things you are all preaching for. But why you say no won't call us about you see idiomatic expressions now because you speak well no it say bobu home because do or die memeti you've convinced me they be am say brofo bet me aka brofo bo I say brofo any one meaning
racuna
yes boka lacuna okay. I just said gap space when obi so bet me achem say stupid near there that's where like I said bizarre. If I say bizarre, I mean it is odd or strange. When you catch up bizarre means lacking sense. You understand? That is English. Obisu catch say bizarre na waka na no so. Obisu betimi achem say if something is bizarre, then it doesn't make sense. Into the myself say it's senseless. But and you was something I can't say bizarre. You get me? That is why I believe that Ubi Sam say manicho so me person me say na me can. Me throw am me say me not making sense. Where I sometimes pardon people. Ebe waka say manicho you are stupid. Did you say I'm stupid? No, sorry. Who show me I can say I'm stupid? What can say no? You throw me. So President
Please don't tell me because it's confirmed.
No, it's not confirmed. Maybe it's confirmed in heaven, but as I see the here confirmed.
Go ahead.
That is how I see it. See, a beside the beam say do or die next season. Then what WORCESTER this shine say I have to win doing the right thing at it. You get me? So maybe the say he's speaking a lot of grammar. He needs to go on the ground where his boots for boots or cano. Not region by region to educate his polling agents now. By polling agents, you can start talking to them now. You see, you need to be serious as political parties now. When you say 2023, over 2024, you don't trust the system. Start recruiting people you use now. But when you say when we end this form committee near there, into catching so Obiano, police station, interestingly. NDC for no police station. You see ward. Now MPP you see police station. Into every police station be a 12 be more executive members. You see sometimes I don't even understand why it should be too difficult. Every police station has executive members of not less than 4 or 5. Into much 1 or 2 very smart, intelligent people to be your polling agents near there. It one man namna obia or so unyansa no call market no nam not cheduane. Or to pick up money which are 7 or cheduane. You know this some ruffian boy we are caught to baby so no any polling agent or until you are no market. Or you know your mistakes are. It affects you the party.
More or less, no more when you dino. Yeah,
you can be two. So use one that person, one will be one in year day, but he knows the paperwork.
That's right.
Then you see that's the level we are going. They're pulling you there too. I've been to places and most polling agents or me. But we area boy or no do him into a big burn him say, oh, Manicho and where they are house number 152-6 minimum no. There are people there like that. Obi Tumbosi we minimum. And it's allowed. Minimum. Okay, then challenge form. Yeah, funny actual. But you do paperwork now. Manicho, corner paperwork now. Okay, no make John. You see, you need to be innovative and intelligent and smart. Yeah, 2024 is so maybe so. Yeah, but now saying your analysis now, you cry like a baby that you see me because you didn't use your head. Okay, can so you been a lot of bashing say Manicho could atem. But me person me do be atem. Me just say maybe ye do. Sana eseko. Saudu filer say Olumano betumi aya ko yi ohun say meye polling agent 2024 Montreal Meniamekwa Menye. You should get to those levels. Select your polling agents today. Then you do on mobile phone, mon pay RPB. Ya bubo we ya no now would share so pack na transfer call head office. Into Ankobe to 90% of your results less than 2 minutes. Ya can we ya no. Uni network okay, we do a special code into send him say oh it's coming from Kalusha. If he Bozom LA primary. Because baby there's a pink sheet and there are results to be collated. So you don't sit down and make fundamental mistakes and blame the system. Any biabo 2024 years to source but we expect people to do the right thing, learn and do the right thing. It should start from today.
Okay.
When you see do on my no but because you were not smart. I'm expecting everybody to be smart in 2024. Just as President Mahama can say, if everything is done right, he's sure God's will, he will win. Okay, so train people to do the right thing. MPP should do the right thing. And the best candidate win. Let's not subvert anything. Say, what's the we now the president? We will say, I need power for private jet, but let's get to that level that win, do the right thing and win fairly and enjoy your presidency. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Manicho Magandi, you know. Young call road minister, very quick nafi.
Yes.
Dr. Opuni Frimpong, the na afi, the media na afi, be phone line sama callers no some doing. The road ministry be ready to pay more for better roads and highways ministry and minister. The roads and highways ministry says Ghana should be ready to pay more in road tolls to aid in the provision of proper road infrastructure in the country. The charge comes as the government begins to explore other means of raising funds to finance the country's road deficit. The ministry said this has become necessary as the road fund continues to grow lean against a huge need for road infrastructure. The government has in the past shaded attempts to increase road tolls for this purpose over public outcry. But the Deputy Roads Minister, Stephen Pambin Jalula, says Ghanaians must be ready to pay more if they want better roads. The import of this is if Ghana wants
better roads, you
have to pay more in road tolls. What do you take on that one?
I think it's a lazy man's approach to the whole situation. As much as I agree, Chroma saying Oba Sikani idea bibia. We see roads being done. Your road for winter roads or summer roads in there on your.
But I say quite almost money. I'm a scanning going to use. But Ghana no road tolls in the Bible now. Scan crana is the corner. But me for fake. No man, not tickets. No, they are this kind of good to come. The other of the day, the crown is scanning back.
Speech impaired for a some more or more scan class. Yeah, they are more a moment deaf and dumb for a year. Your friends is from speech and voice impaired people. Almost on the strike because of bad conditions of service. No one say and discussing on my pentia. One picture be a Akufo-Addo way. Takra Air Force Base or Kofua Lexus by 30. I'll show you that video. Lexus say be park here. Okofu plane akwa na car say black Lexus say BCC one. Wow. Someone said this is the same person. Nan or senior minister for bus. No more fan African president. Interesting. So I think that is a lazy man's approach that you share more tools because the point is that people believe in payable. Something being expensive is ability not being able to pay. And I say, baby, I say, Chroma say. I've seen Canadian Japan Poyebi say CBS or spending about $120 to buy only Opuni Frimpong. Into the Ghana about 10 million. It's in a small politan, but Ghana 10 million Tony. But the point is $100 what I say no. People can get them easily. It's a day's job for people. Sometimes even an hour or two job for people here. Into Ghana now we could give more road toll. No. When we've not provided jobs for people, no. Drivers not be to a road toll, no. But it's a kind of man call for. The same people are offer car or to Medina or call way down so man I could pay you my until offer church or compare you money when you be we say he should not pay more for even doing that travel. So as much as possible, so I believe that countries are made through taxes now then it's because jobs are provided for the people so that they'll be able to pay. And I like the NDC angle there too say okay say you decap say omo put the anke yen sample that road fund now then omo dey go consolidated funding. It won't say Sikano is not being used for its purposes. because on Karoto ni idea there. Kalusha Mexico Ghana pa. So what check aswa junction one pa sika moji a day. Trot in about you wait your one city. Meka even in 2008 when MPP decided say omon be kaswa too because omo yom rally work kaswa, they had to pay a lot of money to Ghana highways. Omo tue sika mo pa. I will not be surprised that one roto sika yeje Ghana, but the point is that you are putting all the money in the consolidated fund and the money is being used for something else. You did share judgment debt in idea. Share unnecessary wastage in the system near there. You did for private jets near there. We also fine. You see, that's why sometimes people get so much mad at people. Say the wastage in the system or what the priorities are not there. It is so we are a road minister. Now can say papa there, we should pay more. That is where the problem is. You check that and I can say, okay, road to Sikeni. Sikai a separate account. To say be saying I get fund near there no. Say roto nya $1 million. Yet then people will even feel that okay, if you want better roads, then pay more for it to be done. But Ghana ni nya goes consolidated fund. Now can say you cheer more because we want more. It's the laziest way of looking at it. Let people get jobs. Once people get jobs, they'll be able to pay without complaining. People complain because they can't afford. Who be so broke? Roma say a little of food. You say only. Why? Because Okojan mom said later I say, or the same man is to a we're trying to $20, $25, we're trying to. You see, that is how people live. So I don't agree with him that being a civil engineer myself, I agree roads are expensive. But more often than not, on Okra I say we don't need to go and borrow to come and do roads. More Jessica, make people bridge. More Jessica since I was born. Baby bridge near Japan, Bobosia. Near the Abbey. It is kind of more the yedding. That is what people are complaining. Taxes near Joe Ghana near the ending. Obey the car bar. Took by Freeport, but they are not dead. What the car called Ghana? What car we saw? If you talk about $2,000, well, how could you duty $5,000? Near there, you pay more than the price of the car here, but still you are complaining. You don't keep the money to good use. You can't hear Jemu. You abandon projects. Nothing you say. Chase compound and case and we na alpha workers near dear gum nurses if you're munye but the hospitals too no and their villages and we are Opuni hospital. Why do we do this to ourselves? Why do we do this to ourselves? Because we've been a year intimate to us and I mention due diligence is not made. Obeba na obehwehwe na nipa kro the project man no nipa kro one on timi ye meritocracy be anim. You see sometimes that's where the problem too is. Ensa nka ye nto aso. But obeba no we say media ma kalusha edwuma no timi ye ofre na me mpacho me say onisi code be 2 aya inflated prices no ade anim say turn 1 cedi no ehiem say 10 cedis na nka wo de be ye ntimi fa mo na me ntwa 10 cedis ma abram nim say turn market 1 cedi. So our problems are so huge. Sometimes I don't just blame. Being an engineer myself, that's the problem I see. Due diligence in your bones idea no. Idea laptop near 100 cedi, but also or there are movies so being top plan 500 cedis. On top plan I may buy until do I let you continue to bring it for 500 cedis, so I'll let you stop. Because I say Janam for movie, so I don't call say my judgment if you say they are movie. The problems in Ghana, institutions are not working. We are cheating everybody, and that's where the problem is. So I don't agree. I don't agree. Say we should pay more. They should find innovative ways. Get us jobs, and decouple it. Near whom where the road money is going first. Answer. By the way, Shegum now be free. Now Eugene Arhin. I was with the president during the whole, and he didn't take that flight. But for there, a year or two is can have been on the Kofo plane. Sikashata there. I say, Koalisha made a 10 seat, not the car 5 seat. I say for 5 for 10. Yet balance 5 not the man. Yes, he can have been on the Kofo plane. Says can never plane and to me quite.
That's right.
Why should the taxpayer pay? And we are for church from Medina to Accra on Chiamo and Sana Kwan why? She should spare us. Spare us.
Manichu now what's it in Canon? I call last story in the Sunafi a phone line cinema a TF now almost something with a story no 2 by 2 in 1. Because I was a former General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana and now conveyor of the Christian Advocates Ghana, Reverend Dr. Kwabena Opuni Frimpong has lashed out at Nana Addo, Akufo-Addo, and former President John Mahama for their various comments that seems to ignite a passion for electoral variants. He says that quest for power should not override the supreme interest of the country and the people they seek to govern in the country. Speaking on OKFM, at the Chebia program, he expressed a worry about the recent do or die comment made by former President John Dramani Mahama. Former President John Mahama is fighting off claims that his recent comment may be a prediction of violence in the next general elections. John Mahama says his utterances regarding to do or die affair at a polling station in 2024 has been misconstrued by the government NPP party. During his thank you tour, John Mahama irritated this suspicion on Tuesday, September 7th, that we are clearly robbed, but we accept the verdict for the sake of peace. But I want to say here that the next election would be won or lost at the polling station. So at the polling station, it will be do or die. I'm not saying or die be die. I'm saying it will be do or die because the right thing must be done. He says political leaders must at all times win the mandate of the people to lead on the grounds of relevance and not violence. They must do things that will be relevant to Ghanaians, not for their own selfish interests. He maintained that the politicians should make relevant comment that will seek to provide jobs, provide good health care, and create government avenues for Ghanaians. And the last one, and so nothing. Remember discussions now. Maybe Manichu Adrin about this was saying. Akufo-Addo and Mama are both focusing on irrelevant stuff. The same person, former General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana, Reverend Opuni Frimpong, has accused both the President of Ghana and former President of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, of focusing on the issue of irrelevance. To him, both political leaders have, over the years, focused on what will not push the development of the country and focus on unnecessary theatrics to generate unnecessary conversation. Reverend Opuni Frimpong believes that these two leaders should focus on how to make lives better, constructing good roads and not making comments which draws the country back like the recent comments of John Dramani Mahama. Lately, when you drive to Asamankesi or down and even just here, if you drive and come back, you have to go to the mechanic shop. Chiefs are demonstrating, young men and women are complaining about jobs. Let our governance system focus on relevance. Whether his comments are idiomatic expression, they are all guilty. Nanado and former President John Dramani Mahama are all guilty, and they have not repented from those statements. Let us hear relevance. Let the youth get jobs. Don't use idiomatic expressions. Let us hear the quality of life. The youth are demonstrating and seeking and asking for the country to be faced. We have not heard anything on that, but all we hear is die be die, boot for boot, police station do or die, and police station will be what? Let us hear relevance from our political leaders. If we are not careful, we are losing public confidence. That is more from the same person. Yeah. Reverend Dr. Opuni Frimpong.
Yeah, he's the convener for Christian Advocacy Ghana, a CSO, Civil Society Organization.
That's right.
I think he makes a lot of good points in there. Just that my disappointment has to do with the fact that he married two issues. So I said, what can he say now? Then you are as good as saying that Mahama seemed to say to justify himself because Akufo-Addo can all die be die in 2012, 2011. No, can all die be die. About 5 years on, he became the president. Okay, all that be that. You might not have agreed with him. He became the president. No, when so I do say, Master, my gentle, and me so, person me the president, beam the same some coca ducadaya. Then 4 years on, he'll be a president. Then once I can't just say, so Kebi. You see, I say this because Mahama Kenyan concentrating and bashing very well. Because that I know honor there. Not to say, you see, when he tried to equalize, then Mama will laugh in his bed and say that Akufo-Addo, how did they cause him? Well, hey, man, Lucy 2012, but 5 years on, they've been winning here. I'm according 2 terms. Into no so man, my back so, but say 2024, but what if he gets 2028? You see, that is why he also made reference that, and I said, it's all that be die. All that be done and Prakodi the president. My issue with him is that as much as it's an idiomatic expression, it is a recipe to cause people to die. So he needs to come out and say and apologize beautifully. I didn't mean it that way, but if Ghanaians, section of Ghanaians find it that way, I'm sorry. Then we move on from there. I think he will even gain more love from people. Or more Mufi so a gentle and he's an intellectual and the open kind nature. They even condemned all that be die now. Sisiano. They will be like, oh, okay. All that be die on one chance and that. You understand? But if like a Dr. Opuni goes to the extent that Sisiano, they should focus on relevant stuff until we call as some market about Kabe say, what has that got to do with Mahama now? If where I will ask you to that, what has that got to do with Mahama? What was some market say about now? Say there's been a president in place for 5 years. So what is he doing? You should tackle it and tell the president that you know what, the votes are bad. Fix them. You are Akufo-Addo. You took the reins and 1 million per constituency, and I will do this, I will do that. Teachers are suffering. Ghanaians come DNA. You said a lot of things to be in power. You can't still be saying that COVID. Before COVID, Ghana was still experiencing all these problems you're experiencing today. You can't tell me that you had better roads. COVID Nama Yankwa say. So for me, if he wants to get it right in Ghana, let's decouple the two and face it head on. So Mahama said, okay, I will not, I think they do or die, okay, we have a right to vote for you or not to vote for you. Because me feel say na woki keno a recipe say me kra wo crowd in your presidency a time will come share akon wini way Dumbaya Lieutenant Colonel Dumbaya Okotima Rollins kind 81 say when the government and the court fails, then the citizenry find solace in the military to take over. And nothing no no on Okoti Rollins. What Rollins did in 81, 79, 89 we used to go and see power and gain. Why am I saying this? Namu Kenya would be winning power no. 10 years from now, Obibe Kotu do or die, just like Mahama said some 10 years, 15 years ago, do or die. Because he say, you see, we shouldn't encourage some of these things. Say, one day, but because of some utterances you said today, the Biamaka said, May 90 basis. Those of us who read a lot of sports, you know where it was coming from. Articles and Kofo try to create the impression that the Kotokofo ye time into say at the core. So those are the pockets I want to avoid. That your do or die will justify no. A time will come, somebody will use it to cause mayhem because he might not have understood you then. And now so you also did not help by the words that you used. Just like we also say all die be die. What kind of sound? Obinso one was you basically see and there. So these are not things we should encourage. But I'm not of the view that equalization is the way to go. Say what can say few of hypocrisy. So one condemn me or die be die. Don't condemn this. The man will say you have a sane head. Sana me jidi. Say all die be die. I won't need problem with it. Hey, na me or you basically see me there. Okay, you
was talking about relevant issues. They should try
focus on relevance. Like roads in the
yeah, any jobs for
exactly.
But I'm sorry. Whatever is coming out for me, let's say you are beating a war drums into the ears of the
Akufo-Addo beating a war drum today. It's Akufo-Addo about 10 years ago war drum no BT and then he wants to bring it today to make how is that affecting the road? I know understand what you are saying, but maybe I say he said it in 2011. In Asisiano 10 years on Mahama Beka, I would decouple what Akufo-Addo said and tell you that Mahama, with your own nature, I think it would be right if you come and explain and even to actually say, I never meant it that way. But Ghana first say, I'm sorry. All I meant is that be vigilant and determined at the police station. And everybody, even him, he will be a polling agent. Into yes, sir.
But then, he was trying to slam all of them, but they can't condemn John Mahama, dear no. But no, my son, no, say, Akufo-Addo can't be done into former president in we are answers some more cake and into. So, if say, we go kind into the impetus to say this one.
It's about no condemn Anna. We see, I understand you. You're only trying to also give me the other side for us to understand beautifully that we kind. I'm saying, me kind me the winnie. It's over Islam and said, why you see the point is, Manichu Akebi I say, what I do get. Or nonity. Example na medema. Example na medema. Say Manichu ask them now can radio soon the one can hear cry, but man can hear cry with the winnie. You get me? Me, that is the level I want to know that. Mahama is also justifying that. Kind of Luciana. If Akufo-Addo never became president in Ghana, and Okachem says, ask them no kind in the course now. I will understand. It cost him only for a moment. It cost him 2012, but it didn't cost him 2016. Do you get me? So maybe they say, I condemn that all that be that. I condemn this one, but let's separate from the issues in Ghana to say I don't think this statement, Emma, the roads have not been made from Oka Tamakesa Road. Now say, and near the president on
no patches and
they relevant.
Can't say me here.
Yes.
Choir say, before that, Kwasamankasa, or intention crown, or Oka Usu, Bano. Next all call mechanic shop. Ejuma mantia is soon afraid Juma. More page my, you know, over cancer, a bear able to Yemono. Now, we say there also almost selfish interest in it, and a man could make it die, you know. All that
make 10 years ago. Make 10 years ago. My best president 5 years on me, yeah, quite. You know, Biabe can't be and now. Now, but I say, make us a relevant stuff. Make a decade ago, na make us.
No, say.
So my point is that slam John Mahama, but concentrate Akufo-Addo, fix the country.
Put across and say, you're paying for more power. And some who here no monka. No munja in some and for Shiembaro.
Good. But slam Mahama, but come on Akufo-Addo that fix the country.
Okay.
Fix the roads. I don't, you see, that's why I stand. I understand you. And maybe you're asking me because people might not understand my position here. Slam Mahama said no can a would rather say it's not good. Well, you might have said a very beautiful diplomatic expression, but it's a recipe to cause chaos in Ghana. Into we a leader, don't say them, do or die. Now the men can't men just with 10 years ago you be kind. Into where Sana you might even lose people with a sane head who feel that you don't support violence. You are bringing a violent nature out of you, and it might cost you some votes. But if you don't care, that is the reality. Opa mensum done. Then part 2 is that 5 years on.
Manusha Webasuna a call say they say Marasu say obit me afraid. Marasu so obit me afraid no madonna afraid you are to now so what the why beche watching old media soon call us right now.
Number
no
Facebook my men checking I remember 508-304-9394.
Okay.
508-304-9394 Ghana 9 +1 +1508-304-9394.
Okay, all right.
Yes. I'm say Baby Bazaar.
I see. I find numbers in the
yeah. Trust me. You ensure that Nkasi being friend of Mama being. So, like I'm saying, maybe Diane say, as much as I agree with him, no, he should slam Mahama squarely. But come on, let's fix the roads. 5 years on, it's not near Sasem way no. A year relevant today. But young copper to that fix the roads. In some of kind of power, Baumiani idea kind. I stand with Kennedy, Honorable Kennedy. That the things that you said for the power, you disappointed Ghanaians, and Ghanaians are really, really worried. As a nation, as a people, that in some of kind of way we need power no. And but obviously when you're in the second term, but we still wouldn't let it go. A quieting yet. Things are bad in Ghana. With all apologies, Mr. President.
Okay. Waducho Wagandi Mempeme Wasem and out in Kase or did na nudisem abano. And check Ebeko Ahomanso na yene amanfo edi nkomo. Say a time to call a kaiti. Ya call line so na ene amanfo edi nkomo. Olmai, so timenka manenko Olmai. Hello, man. Hello, old man. Old man, so what me can man call old man. Olman. Hello, Olman.
Kalisha.
Olman, yeah, what do you come and call Olman? I said, yeah, what I will claim call.
Hello.
I met you on count, I will claim call Olman.
Hello, Kalu.
Olumetun count. Oh, hello, Olman. Safre bium na now line I am why into Olman. Safre bium na me found truth na bibian to go. Brabache, but your ultimate can't call Brabache. Brabache, but your bet me doom where you know my feedback. Brabache.
My family, the Bia, so the Ligit, the Bia, so, Yankopon, then my sorry about Namusma, 1 year so, young Yakoso, if you beat me, I can't drink. Maybe I make some fat dinner, I mean, you can't back Mamma. Mamma, you so big answer, you know, or your man penny, about Wagana. Oh, then I some more kind of movie. So we have been in pan outside. Now, dear Papa, someone, I saw my penina, who dear. Let us say, you will now, normally, dear, and last dinner, my Micho Cassette, will be a bear man and years. Let Obama, and then we say, Obama, 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 it is the way in the letter of some kind of say. So upon 1 year, and no one comment. Yeah, one I do. I can so jump on the year from a full year because all great I'm a water over dear so. Now, yeah, over dear so also good for both. Yeah, can I say so? I did the home lab on things, no more patch of that patch on the back. About one condition. When another can was it. The only also do it. Oh, they say, and the patch of one problem, then on the house. Then my after power man, no more patch of the ball back.
Robert, what way? Okay, Baba Chebera Sipa. Pacho, Yaguso Efa callers, no. Ojambema, on I do so, Ojambema Maneko.
Hello.
Ojambema.
Hello.
Ojambema, what's the banker?
Hello.
Where Kalusha near Ojambema? Ojambema, what's the banker? Where Kalusha? Ojambema.
Hello.
Ojambema.
Amarito.
Ojambema.
African president.
Me pacho Ojambema na do so Ojambema so temenka.
Yo me da the
hello.
Marito, no mo aba make my pa go bi. Na me chia I uti for na me tacha no ko jago bi o bi a. Hello, African president. African president. I answer to say radio station no, you ka baba pacho ti you chia get bi no on obi ati bi from anytime bia. Na Marito.
Hello.
Yeah, can some are service. If anything, well, and some of my friends that can would because or say, young gymnastic. I'm my friend saying, let's young club police station and German collection center and Supreme Court. And you do and that police station. Police station will win. Now say I'm a new and check the MVP chairman be back to the Ghana for you pay. What that end is for the door? I'm a captain. Almost out of Kukuye. If I saw more when radio station here, tell me what gas for papa or sell some official man for you that do actually. Number one, on my peninsula on the Sika. And hands like a second of the Soviet. I'm out to some Grand School down. Who was in fact? On my peninsula, some granting the actual woman of school, who was in fact? And then the hospital out of the bay, almost not now. But you can say, and tell me the hospital be up any man went to our social media. Okay, so incredible this year. I will say was our hospital. As I think you for the Muka and a poor people. I didn't have to cry and the job of Mukate. Not to bed, where in the Oman was secretary table, the Busacadu. They said, going to come kind of question about the only going to come say. Kukukaya, second of very white guy. And let Rain my Muha. Yes, if I was not him right here, focus on my position, all my coin, the angel and gather or no, ever then, what is a program of revenue door panel? What do you go in at there? My parents, the mamma, the after of the Amu taking on. Then every forecast will do that. I had to take on, yes, because of my parents, I said, before the and then on my parents, I said, Master, appointment in Tiana. You know, or many idea. Would you know over by the consumer? Because I get required by your money, I won't focus on for. You are too forward. The BC are almost papa. If you open up, my woman, you couldn't hear one. And the good mamma will be able to get them. I'm not going to say, I did it. What we know, we need to come a little. That's over to Jim. Get to their SC, and then say, and then I could do what, yeah, a very good one, nine, matter.
African president, you know, everyone back from where? African president out in Kano. Ojam Bema, what I do so Ojam, Manenko Ojam.
Yo, me, I'm a now say, Namemo Juma, Namabo Juma, Papa Dia, Opubia, Michiano. Na Michia Bushen, na Kalisha, Nimaricho, Michiam, so Nielsen and Namaya Jumano. And I'll say, I'm not teacher, I'm not teacher, so me take my putting out. Me cast in the net, Michia, you are John Mahama, Naive. My deep NDC communicators, no, the view of Moya for Omni security. Papa, small Kokano, Kaga so much the security one. Council, you are net, Papa, council, the Diameter. Oh, I never bonnet on Hokayo, and to be a we did piano, South Kawa, or one bonnet, and rather than Pagan. Thank you, Yana say. Yamiti and Amico, Santa Sabiane, a top on Messabi, Mesa Pamano. And to me, I said, what's it or more or more cooking center on? And you do that to Nippon, a prominent dinner, said the Quebec on one ship, a button of some almost, to do and die, and not a new broken. And no, I say, Mamma, Matia said, Nippon does sacrifice some on the party at now. I say, Sabi, and you're now no so called, no, but now I will say, you Bobby to know. What for the communicators, Marble, Muslim Gabby from Amazabe or Ghana Hanum. More chances presenters to be a noble woman. One of them will first time moving to Kikadi. I don't know the two of them, Papa. The son of a son of a kind, and the communicator came to me, and to me, Yamanan, Yan Chassi, and I will be a super upon us. Before the name of Papa, I don't know when you class, what Jimmy now focus and you know, Cobo may come Papa that much full more full slide, and then Ramon Napam again movie. No coming for them, come on to a month, yes, senior. All
right, I say do or die. I can't do and die. I see do or die. I jump my head. I see. Eduardo. My head. I see. Old my, I do so. I call old my. Old my call. Old my. Old my. Oh, lightning not drop it. Lightning not drop it. If you say, I'm back for now. You don't want to snap it to me. I can't come. Pacho one no man 5-4 etatono manenko why old man pacho betra friend na man no drop here na enfa monto so old man so aba so manenko old man otimen ka manenko
malika how to find a new corner
aba old man ko ye old man me hoye old man
kalisha otemenka
betonka old man manenko
kalisha Mr. Downson, I'm also referred. Now, I'm the godfather here. Now, I'm Uncle Doago. He will be on the channel. a friend say, Kalisha. Na Manuchu can't see me say, they are Kamahama, on the patch or Nanka, or patch of Krana, and Quebec one of farm, a mouth for say, maybe I say, Mahama a communicator. Mahama can't say no such now, but Yana, generally Sagisano. That's how some look. I would say, Jan and also such who cry ye. Madame Mahama Bebabo and Tabby Green and all pass out some more kayacho, me doing Uncle. A come man who says the customer and the Yuma, Yankopon Chiameka. Mahama baby, and also says, do or die now, or Kayano. The very day, I made die and but you know, we do not make Mekanoa, or video. The Mahama knew no about one till for Franco, Akufo-Addo after 2020 election of congratulations. No, my post from a giant. Everything knows the Mahama. Yes, I don't know. Politics na you. Momo de Momo Jumana met him. I say, you calculate no or more money, or Montano MPP for. Or more money, or more Kalusia. Opo any Manucho family MPP for because of late, no, or Monson or power. Of late, or Monson or Macau Monson Cafe. Ida Mahama Bebabo and say, what me, my Pagana food not just my coca do that no my post like NBC. Kamisha saw Ghana since January 2020, no said now 2021, since January, Parliament with your cause of Parliament come here honorable members are more to about elected Speaker of Parliament. MPP, national, what do you call it? Majority chief whip. I have friend honorable and not on prayer. Via ballot box. Edition every fire. Parliament, near my cause of Parliament. Honorable Mutakam, bonus you of Parliament. Who would your cause of Parliament? And this that day, can I do or die of Parliament, and can the Speaker of Parliament and the MPP me? Who was that time? Honorable and not on prayer. Quack ballot box. Honorable Chairman Bosuo said it's our honorable member. Our Parliament from 97. One of the prayer not on prayer by Jina and 10 or any Casa. No, yes, honorable Chairman a Pia quality. The who has honorable and not on prayer for ballot box. Don't know people, any Zane, or what you know the action and more. Already, no minority, I had your base in Ivy. Parliament and this of Parliament one kaya elected Speaker of Parliament. To Mahama, radio so. No case the year 2021 for election, do or die. Do or die in a year of Parliament since January. No. But it's a Mahama Babo and Sino the Pagan of what or do or die. No more post I made no Ghana, you will never call to Ghana. That Dr. Frimpong when you're hypocrite. And someone goes to Ghana, you also west for election. Ever, I you pray the advantage of no Bobo India or buy it. And then in none of your chat, you plan a man in a year. That time when I chance the peace council, the Christian council for by issue statement or by issue. Mahama ko bosa regional koka the same number in the 2020 election and a boot for boot. And one other very Emmanuel Sante about Bonsado Kondamu Mahama. Say Mahama is statesman, but Penning Kasasa. Now we are now a course Nubusan so the course why I was well as some men now as a Reverend Emmanuel Sante who can't power was any day. I just say Team Ninano or no year that but I saw me not no issue statement. And there's no issue statement. No, Mahama Koka, good for boot here. Or no individual needs to be about consider condemn Mahama. No individual won't even condemn us a course I was so well ago. You think that your course I was so well ago. Double now, no, yet, or some phones, our stacker. Yes, commission in Busan say. This one out there, let's not first a training center. How many months now call training out there? Let's not speak to officer. Was it 3 weeks? What in the Kwaji 23 police system and all parties are also a man will deny us and the double down more Yenajima. As do our no do course work no quiet. I must sign him as do good down Yenajima. Your course was that who said a soldier for no winning the property or shoot to you. Ever seen a one in Ababedina Emrano? Why did you never bet in Amrano?
Omuni says any NDC, the NDC, NDC, Asama Badi, any normal. If you can't never when you now consume your Kumobu and the Kuku, your Kumobu, a friend, I can't side over baby, your Kumipana, your Kuma, your friends, not the radio side off because of election. A branch here be a registration or what's any kind of. I
don't want to see.
Me part of the Manusi. That day now free. School will be do here now. 1 year school will be do here now. That day now no question. I can't say. A branch economics were a top. What Yama you need? As you shoot to look because of your year registration. A decided way in our course. Not some penny. I was told who's the animal now. Or no time of making sure the one my animal and course. None was do or die. Let's do or die. For me repeating, I'm the mass mobile. May come a man who can yam a friend 5 times per day. I come for fun in my Nadaka. John Mahama best part of say, oh, do or die no part on no my post right. But that NDC.
All right, Lord, man, I'm not sitting. Come on, say that's here, people. Well, no man, 0854 no. Pacho, when I do so call 0854. How do call?
You, the come in the washing. And the country position to don't joke. And to command the year in certain value, can my Ghana economy. I've only encouraged any of this for an empire, Madame Fupalucia. Now, encourage Chama there and America, MPO and Charles Harina, Jumura, encourage Chama, you, SS, who have a lot. Say, Nina, you are missing an say. Say, I can't do or die. Traditionally, a woman, say, I do 1 year with the catcher. Who they go to no correct or dictionary. But they all die. Now, peace council, new Christian council, no more. Yes, you got you are about to talk to a crown or check. Some of those who catch us so criminals. Peace council, new Christian council, don't know my car for me. Yes, you got you are to a crown, was a watching. Almost unloved. This council, new Christian council, there are some of Maka are following. Yes, you got you know, Maka can oh, flash house. Then I send out any peace council or Maka follow any media. Yes, you got now, Kanda High Boys. I thought I could come to teaching hospital. Then the peace council, Christian council, any media, I can't follow. I'm on my 2 hospital in the school. I come in. Yes, you got our country. I got 2 registration center. Then we just need peace council, new Christian council, no more. And then I'm a phone. Yes, you got a crown, yes, sir. You are 2 committee. Committee has not been pursued there. So, committee, the Cinder, the cash. The Sika, Ghana, Mexican, or Latina, I this canoe because of my Ghana Sika Fala. No movie. I don't want to let you go. You have to throw, do I say, the negative commission, Komuko Tinayo, Eddie Sika, Eddie Beer, Eddie Beer, original Porto, Eba, and now you say for air quality. Why Martin Watson? Yes, Ghana, Parliament, here, about, so there, here, colors are incra. Ballot to people, every year. The Cinder, there are some that can MP phone, among the vigilant, and a dream or die. And can say, Speaker of Parliament, and to tell you, and can MPP. When MP or die, Mamma, I'm telling you, I never go to you, Akunipa. Obama 2024. My son Dima Albany, the Rabbi, back. This officer Albany, you're very back. One decision of Albany, you're very back. Economy no about we have and more here, and the friendly bushing in the country. You have the economy now is more friendly bushing in California. I'm a Ghana DA. Now, market woman, market man, who call the money, yes, never have a more education more Albany, never have the education year. I don't know how you are Albany, you have found a much sorry, of the soccer Albany, you have found a so sorry, Magazine Albany, I'm sorry, do or die, no, and this are right. John Mahama, me NDC for years, and now Mr. President Mama, every part of me, I'll be fire. Me name is Fleming, and my children, me can't tell me, come up and Mr. Politics and come out there, and come to say, beyond by NDC ministry of politics, dear my dear, intermediate meeting, I said, Inshallah, kind of phone out with 2024, do or die, you know, you're second the mama boy, you're party agent for you, you're better to do or die. I'm a winning election, I'm a Ghana, I did.
All right, I would defile and I would say in Kano. Wow, no, my 3995. When I do so, 3995. Bachoko.
Bacho, Kalusha, I'm ready.
No, you're proud elsewhere.
I will call Bacho,
okay, Barinko.
Ayo, Yami, Uncon, and Yami shows. Now, I'm in Kenya, maybe I will be a more of the kind by Michel. Mema basese muta America na mutu mumaya fanyawo Ghana yesu yetimi kire yagene na experience bofa na me income hono na me shiramo na me ntemi nya no mu amudi kamba nyina mini akalusia bichano lura na me kanu show ite minim a chopa kwa mini ya no esi yambata General Mahama the Pato, minimum a top of war, Yamba Pato. Malusha Michirame, Bonukura, Yapa Faya, Nahu, Akofano, Ohiano, so to Chirame, coming in Manida Jupa. Now, said the Minia Woolman Mukai and Mini. That's the way we decline Kai, say, in Sobia. Excellency John Mahama, Bema, yeah, and they yes, Omopacho, meaning from Sokro. Sa, we did much and from Swa, why, until on the Patra, Omonka, Mayan Tea of Martin, Mayan, a chop of your eye, meaning young here, for things that meaning now, Opui, Minia Galicia, on there, you're looking at John Mahama and Sama. Wakaya and they your position Adani Sama among for a year. I another Nema one million. Yana phone you. Yana phone you don't say Nema one million commission now them Otirigi, then commission. When that comes to because empty for me need flying the say a more flying because that's the way Sama. I more than topic. Yeah, they are who asked me and say don't Dramani my opposition leader. No one number baby, radio station, TV station, media, no media actually. Now, come on, no commander in chief from the Ghana forces on front of Cambagan, or M. Peminicurano, and their way opposition. Yet, Croman will be training for South Africa for. It's Croma, Visible, Bulgar Budos, not the and so, Nipanon, they were Mampani, Nano, Abai Cotiano, or the soldier for. 6 soldier for the police for any chinky among for. Let it come. So it is a unity. Yami, Mrs. Hanem and I mean money because of which is in a mean peninsula. Now, when I will be a Daniel Topica, it is you are yet. Sanya man, of course, the money. Yet any gentleman on my yard in court. Say, somehow can comedian coming a crank, and far from ready. And become mammy. Come any better. And I'm the gentleman, Mamma say, oh, no, Baba, empty photo. And you're gonna phone account, empty phone neck. So, no say, oh, the pacho, because empty fish. We're looking at a agenda. Yeah, agenda, say, yeah, but power, power in Yahoo. Opposition leaders in our African, so you show me the
Father, Father, I'm off for what Missy Anna focus on
right. Another campaign
yo, Father, that's Father. I'm telling you, what does when I do so, what does when I do so, what does Maniko?
In Galicia, the unity radio at my phone now,
Obia, what does now swear?
You a radiatum, Miss Met in sexual conclusion. Another damn Akufo-Addo woman, and now Nyankopɔn anka no na emmom no any year and said no can you assume no Yamani Yako Yaman shedding Nankupon at the on one from that year Yaman shedding and Yamani Yako and Yamanaka France. Now me doing chance from Conso Akuma message my Delphi. Nankupon at the King David Ababatumino. If you Nankupon Uncle Island on to is to come on the study of the year. Obena and what yet my King David Amon Abaya of a Penica. See Yakalisha. And this is for the play, Abraham or Macasa play. Now, Minya will man, I don't want some no Casa said, John Mahama, about the party or big guy and this no. Sometimes they do a enemy who said they hypocritic Casa. Because one will do a good to make us the Casa will be kind. It will be a custom. I'm a gun and even anti to point to cry, yes, but somewhere or candidate to us. It can all about until I can be. They're going to encounter from a party or bet. Don't say that mean the power say that doesn't all kind of think I take it. It will be our video minus to play. No, the Otika doesn't win us yes, there's a top about the party to a pagan of what wait till the Papa to meet up a deal for Gany Gama. You are playing why you're over Ghana and Yashi because of Mugan and India. Yeah, so more number one to about John Mahama. Papa doesn't all kind and not quite the other 2024, I think the mobile in the ones and no argument one. And this only because of Biaka Sagana for and I know I'm busy here on the Kata. I'm a winner, that's not done because of that. Kata or Kay, Yamian Ukraine. Now, for that, Papa, who also that do or die, I came up upon a kind. I have been yet a Papa, I'm going to my one thing, Pam, a part of and then I have a panel or Nigana Wood. And when we Ghana only the Opana for their president, another the Opana and the other Ghana because of the Marco Wood Banky. Yeah, you go Ghana and you got a lot of about it. And the Opana William. Now we don't talk about the president, your president. It will be no more ending for Muslim TV. And the way you go to do a idea and then the Muslim, their cousin or candidate. About no more I'm a part of Ghana for the dinner when you get to a banner. I did the maybe say, I have a Kwabena Duffuor, now you have a part of the contestant. Maybe go contesting and exit the problem about to Abana because the same how many shake at Ghana for. Now you can't answer. It's unbelievable. No more promise of the money, Mama, because NDC, I have only here when you have a movie. Maybe I go from fire, I have a friend, I've done Akufo-Addo. Uncle no you know, not a person or seven. Yeah, that's on 30 a baby. Maybe the Dima Ghana for any who said, Papa no buy no free, no, yes. I just said, yes, I have a person to money actually there. Or buy one project or many and now when now about completely. It was inside you, I didn't do a buy, you're not for you.
But I said, you're not for no see when I'm off for Jetchy. I think I'm going to say that quite bad. Your friends will never be any now completely. If you have a go back to 4 years, they move to completely. Papa, no one comes and read the you should catch a Ghana for ya. All my entity, near just near Ghana, my near to my person. Now, the CID is on the part of ya 2024 upon a better to me. So what that's now? What that's that's it. Patola no mano 0530. 0530 no if no to ana human hate ko enti 0530 bacho mo anonko
Kalisha
no ya pa na so e
na do me o Kalisha only that boat make a try because that boat fashion which in 18
oh that boat
you buy 18 ma bi mu den dia da ko nyira amuti unity radio mo board man na ncha abo afo nyina mo madi mani eni o mo mudi ma chi nyina na ncha o mo na emi ya me wa se so akaba bi ne ma na shedin international Kalisha Yankupon o kwa do tria o fast na ade dia si o former president Mahama kasa we mu no e akonya be pri magana for so be pa cho ayi ne ho we too sure thank you movie and come to message ya dey be go tiano e wa 22 ela Kalisha Dr. Kwabena Duffuor so only Akufo beba bitina oluma fo slam omo mpene omo beto tia Kwabena Duffuor ni omo beba bitina no enu ntino time beba beto NDC mu na je say Nyankopon ama MPP obi obeba bia na ya pa won akọ nti so obepa to tompa to obi amfa na ho wodi wo kunya wie ehu dia obeye nti nne na o za ni ngua se bia san ka say obo beto abandon project obeye yeso what is the security new yet you may tell we to say free one what you want to get here one as I do about more better next semester only the NBC going in your most semester until our lama ala do or die or the number like I guess my whole part to cover 2024 over you now where far to talk about see how when you go arsenal open to say
Daddy boat humano article pacho oyima heti so ultimate kan on do so waneko
Kalisha litia wone eyamanu so ene obi team nyina
aye Jose
beda se e wo kwenya we se amodi amaye na aya na e ba politics aya na me mfa ma adwene nko ne so ene de meka bi ye fa me obaya na me pacho de meka ne se ex-president Mahama Dramani ono de why you jump for again not ya say yenti obi ase to me guso woni moje emu enti ono no wanya kudura kasa ono de oni chopa di amagana NDC for na omo time chino omo hu emfumso bia Mahama waje na se wo beka ya eye onmonyamfo na Akufo-Addo adodankwa ebeka se all die be die was so ni mua besi ene nyina oma so ni mu so ti afie enti se Mahama koka na ne dia ne de ye hu mfumso dia okoto de ne boje maminka se mencho Mahama no we disubi enye so ni subi da obe vice na enmonyamfo atames eka ne bebi no pasa metina so she ogina na na emu ansa no no ankasa besi ebedi ni 4-year term eni to nya de okeka no die no ope osi oma wia ma aka dompe enti dompe na yaka na no ma ya ma na mo ba ho no ope so ba be finish bibia one thing na me hu NDC ho say anytime a NPP beji akonya na eniema na omo say na omo start say omo ma eniema baso no na oma ya na oma be so na oma fia be say ni pie mo Mahama ni pipi papa bi emagana enti Ghana fo na mu hu no se mu ni Mahama de wona adwini mu a eka mu ntuturu ni se na Mahama de obi ka sa o se oba ni abefa we ye eguo ana ka se Ghana enyuma nkoso Ghana eniema pa ekoso wa won pese wo be hu no na won so pe Ghana de bia me ka se eyenya yesu ene ye ban ene de ye ko be bi bone se woni mu se akomapa ne adwempa na wo ye na wo pe Ghana ye a wo so ye de adwuma hye won sa wo be ye adwuma ne ye ese ma ye fa dwempone hye nipa bitimo e mo mu fa dwempone e ma metai pro no hye ne de enipa bone nsem komo bia eye ofoso komo ko di nkomo bia ba bonten Babo to one near me ekoso yan hwe yanka na yan nyina yan fa kuma pani adwempa ntai na na adwati e mo mani nyina esan tumi bia ye pe ni yankasa ye hunya bi nti no ye sori ani ye ka ye pe samanuta ko ka se Mahama me pacho tamon siasie na so pacho a obi anso hia ne chopa e na president no so de o mani renfi e ti so ni chance bi mo medase mumoni adwuma
Obaya yeso ye bedo CP Obaya da motire kanum Sami okay bon tofa si ana men ko Sami so bon fa tofa
medase so wa mama kwanya na mesro mo mudi ma chisela na block ye kanu shatale na meka no papa kwanya ti se wo be je kwanya ti o mai to aba be ji o mai sika do mai di jibusi ejodi abundant present awo ka so be to achi wo je di ni nyina wo sika wo ko si diamond ni through lentra and a window level no ma chani aka di aka wo bi na me to abati awo my Ghana ha abatu aya to wo my mu nyina ti kwa me kuma penso kuma president mama When I will be a to about shout and pa this year. Take your mind and muda. We lose you. What I do committee about working on that down. Take your mind and we are saying I get where I was so we see it. That is in the tray where I was to see 400 pages. What was our 400 pages? And I would lose you for me. And it's you can see before I know what is. And go up 400. Who do me for move up a patch? Now I say, do or die, I do or die. And yes, some car. Some car. What also thank you for what you support. Your papa wants to go to work. We are saying, Yako, and so far, we don't go to that. Fully agent out of the time of this over and say, I'm winning now, I'm winning serious. I don't go for much. What time now? No, would you
briefly, right? But I'm not watching.
When you shake out, Uncle Robin,
yes, you better see people. Sammy, when I do so, Sammy, man, call Sammy. Sammy, Otimenka. Sammy Otimenka. Oh, line now drop you. But you're moving to me free. Why? Line now drop you. Bit me free. Sammy, when I do so, man, call Sammy. Hello, Sammy. Hello, Sammy Otimenka. Hello. So Sammy Otimenka, Israel. Bafo Israel. Sorry. What you mean? Mami chair telephone na ya mama ba tene di magam gusa mo ye de ma Ghana phone na for my it was reckless, it's not stupid. And reckless are one of the police stations. You know, the one more when you and I want to say reckless, you are 12 units, I think I'll take come home and you do or die after the home and say, I mean, I'm afraid. But for my president, I now to my mom for food about the piano. And you're no corner, come on, we be talking inflation. And in Gabby 15.4%. Annual average depreciation of the CGM number 18%. Average sector, it grew less than it was almost negative. It grew by negative 4% over Ghana. And remember the draw you introduce who go and walk through and even national health insurance card and how to use it and any problem over Ghana. But none of the done for to buy it. Can your mommy do the same number from the Ghana for 20? No more to answer. No more to do. Almost NDC, no more NDC, almost a former President Mahama, and no more than another bank of Akufo-Addo. And almost the NDC presents the better alternative as compared to former President John Mahama. You see, if I do or die affairs in some now, okay, Canadian, and you're working, and I can say, and you will say so. Those comments, yes, I should be HI, and in some way, and the Bagana, and you know, the best way, you have to work condemn it. Say the order that I in the condemnation. The same way, that I do or die affairs now, okay. I was saying, now condemn you to say, some more can, and say, or some of the at least every game with them more. I come up with the play and okay, and say, it is also a fine, it is up to you, my own one. The customer for my president, you are yet to the BBC. Some about the kind of what I can say, but you are looking to me, you know your balloon. If you are not pattern, family if you are stupid, that's the meaning. But if you are the kind of Ghana had to be among pattern free. Oh, he is noted of that. He is noted for reporting, you know, me, I said I am a degree, you know, some part of why I can say. When you're going to the woman, so we speak them. That's an answer, any problem. But 2024, in the question of the still be in a position for my time for another 10 people on work meeting. Now, nobody is going to die. The American, if entity is not good, NDC is the option. But at the moment, all right, Bafo, sorry, and I say in Canon, Bafo, that's it. Sorry. So what even come and call Sammy? Sammy, what even come and call? Raman. Sammy, no, just soon a line drop here and was afraid and on to our bus. Sammy, you know, them my film, Kalusayana to the Yabi with the Odian Yaman Sodoniako, and easy. That's all. I'm not going to Mahama, and the Onagatano, Wakofan, who have a trust in a Yami Yabi.
send the chibi for no a binum and who is bonnie I did a on some can say do or die. Into a person another mosquito, general mosquito, a sitting episode, and in the phone professors, almost are some kind of yellow. Almost must they go and ask their teacher now, English teacher now. At the end, so we'll lose election. Not that you are going for a tour. I open the gun for who said now you want to become a crime through the new came through these are not the kind of words Ghanaians are waiting to listen from you. Because already what you can send me not Ghana for some pet. If you Ghana for your short memory, you really feel some easy, oh, gun flu, so kind of all these kinds of things when you were power, you can't see me now. If it's a Ghana for you may be, and they will say fine. And at the same time, you may be your room fresh and but in the assembly all can say do or die. Ghanaians are going to use it against him in 2024. So anymore. I don't know, or can't be no the brother, so to victory will be without argument. And yet, as some kind of he should come out. No retracted an issue, not gonna phone was more kind of, and yet the word meaning who say, or can't, and Paul who say one can say, for a penny. That's all I say. 2024, the victory is going to be without argument, and that 2024, John Mahama will fall down. And he should bear in mind. And this is following almost every I don't know what is the almost person catching here because we are one or there should be a team. What can be what most times I didn't get. Meanwhile, what the face in the idea me face to Ghanaians. And the familiarity meaning never be a quick year or Mancasa. Now they don't know. And it's 2024, no media, they are a cassette. Or Penny up to Akufo-Addo Kalusha. Or more things operating in your oh, and you may be or you, but physically, no, maybe a Sikani, you may be no man, and only idea the Ghana phone who say, and my own say, oh, yeah, but under Ghana Akufo-Addo, oh, yeah, so that's it. And it's John Mahama, and some of the candidates, Massa, it's never yet there. Man, this in our Mahama, the Pachawa, or best or best giant, is already not friendly, Massa. Election I to about all to you. Now, no one about one crown, everyone, Mahama, 18 Kugu. It is a Mahama, the Pacho. And that's what they're retracting and we now need to call or see a big guy in this year. Send you now, my year, they are only the other year -1, 1 million -2. In the other year, it's never here no day, Kalisha. Into yes, let's say, I to thank Kwabena. Now, Red Minister, some of us we should be ready to pay more for new good rules in the matter. I give the duty of every government, say, infrastructure, the bomb memo. Nti omo mo mani mbere so mo beye bibi akwan na access ni omo nyini yi ne wa na ediko party bi diko to ni green book mu ze wa ye ya kwan na ye kwa mata ne ye mfutu pani monka nti road minister yini so po adwuma ma kwaka omo mo den se kwan access ni obeye no mo si toto ni bi omo dia no omo mo den so mo beye adwuma pa na so Ghana fo ni se de be MPP beti na koso atena so ama Ghana actually into a perfect. Kalisha, my main for my news, and I'm telling you, open Sammy, and talk about $100 be as you on the phone. So,
Sammy, that's CV. Sammy, now I'd say the Kazo didn't do this. Raman, it's a do so. Raman, Raman. Raman. Hello, Raman. Hello.
Hello. Telephone is trying to reach.
Hello, Raman, Umpacho, line no drop here. So bet me Afra and then found to so. Raman, what you mean come and call Raman?
Yo, the Dika Kalusha, Mamicho, na Micho Vibia, Ochi, Unituradio, Namatia, Chama, Papago, and a Papago, Michanapa, Yankopon Canon. Kalusha, Metasami Bukamu said. Oh my Ghana na ya wono. Oh my Ghana na ya wono. Aduru se ye pay for no mo my mu. Omo ka no kure. Ye pay for no kure kai omo tilse so mu so na do kwa Akufo-Addo. Slow mu so ni se omo ko ka no kure pe na na do bi on forces data forces ba be threat omo. Nto mu no kura omo nka. Ye wa ha se me oku e ka se won bo funu ya la sisi. Ti bia no won bo funu ni. Ye wa ha Anna, you have a film Kazakasa, over country Ghana for say, all guys did that at Tuakwa, Tromukaka. You were happy about the pocket man at 2 TV. what is I quenya for Contiba Bono, Utia or Semia, particular channel. Yes, one, ya, the pot of Mama fear, or better said you can touch it, or better see your W, and your data professional, stomach professional, Catano more, my God, no more Togana Burkina Faso no more. And I know what Guinea, and I'm willing and I know more. I stomach professors now, and Mama some of Kaya, or Mr. Mama, I can't remember Gabby Togano. Some professors to know, stomach professors to know, no more hippa. Mama on patch on there, and patch or China, Navitia, my marking 100%. We are Pipini, we are Nanabu, John Bodu, Fred Blay, and we are Pipina on Katia, one of question one for, and our community, no, we are not a top. No cool, and I could tap just to Pumina and she. I tell my kind of one in the say. I bet you Ghana, no Casa Ghana. No young cast and I'm not Ghana yet. Plus, I have put up Presso. Just a 10 minutes yet, or customer night picture. I continue to customer. And Panuka now for Yakata to young cat. Yet it says to me when I could be check. Obiabetina soke kantar wa Kwabena. Can you know? Kwasante the Gindada and NPP from your prefer that Akufo Ba Santregen. Yet project Akufo clear at Santregen. Gongomani Mama shed project Hawaii and come back when it's cool volume. And I walk kind of north. Sunday Okwa and Tumamwa. Project away in Gongomani Mama and a year. Mumentanya Chum. Yantanya Chum, that bread. The said we and set what some plans are.
Raman, oppose your people, Casabicho. Oppose your Casabicho.
Raman was in Yamibere.
Messi, the one kind of cry, Akufo-Addo.
About Raman and Yamiaka to they say you. Yami paid the come.
General the forecast of a chat to Catching. Opo can cry party, Opo. Muka be found. That professor tonight.
What's a Canada Japan? What's a Canada Japan? Raman, what's a Canada Japan can say?
Okay, so the Kakwa feel best. I don't get you. And Yabiano, Professor Sina, almost that a normal skinny. People are now cool about we can buy. You can know matter can correct. That professor is normal ever.
It's a Raman, Mammy Miso, Raman, Mammy Miso, Asemo. And maybe so say. Young fan say Canada Japan so we share see dun KTF. It was a bad comment, okay? And I say professors no an condemn. Eti say professors no condemn na enye sa time no na wo condemn na enne bibia ba bia sa time no man condemn na say enne enye na wo condemn a eno no ebone. And the fact say man condemn the Canada Japan kan on a see dun KTF say enne bibia ba no condemn enye.
Opo nyano opo
yes sir
mama sama okaya nya bia no okase yemfatu nkoko ana mama sa okaya no wankete nkoko ana yesusu yanko ba ye make sure say police center on ye yankoko to biomo kase screen court on ye nikama for I was screen court on no much FC 70 kanko for no yanko mo bio police center what to collect you when they declare John Mahama while winning election young Supreme Court since yan no see thinking na ye bi ganda men yan bra anya bia no o se nkotu tuana ana o se nkotu kotokuru atam Ghana wo mu media no na mu Ghana picture so man going se tebe tuma
Raman, stop making those comments, okay? Stop making those comments. Everybody, listen to me. That is your opinion. Your kasa usia communication, just like Mokasa President Mahama or communicator. Yes, your communication nibi.
Okay, your connotative meaning of every phrase, your denotative meaning, your non-verbal cues in communication. Okasa action obey kura to me do obi atem no afan say agro, but your body language speaks over 75%. It in kasa media nyeshe. All the people talking. Manasa Azure, listen, hold on. Manasa Azure has been championing and speaking against the government, which we've been highlighting. Manasa Opachese Manasa wabon. Upachese Benefsin wabon. Upachese all these people that are condemning, including Kwabena Duffuor, former finance minister, Oye Media ni, former finance minister and Mahama. Kwabena Duffuor, Oye Media.
Kwabena Duffuor, only him now, Opesa the Bano, Kansas or Bakura. 3% to crowd.
We don't care about his aim. Well, that is not the point. But my argument is stop blaming the media. The media hasn't done anything. It's the same media that gave Mahama the platform to talk. Stop blaming the media. What can Semna say? You have the right to. You have the right. Listen, you have the right to your opinion. But stop blaming the media. Say Jabeto Ghana. If Mahama didn't say do or die, the media wouldn't be talking about it. Stop that.
The media no. Obi be ka sam na mutieni ya mu kan se de sikie ba ma mu ko fam tuma ba mu ko fam ajebi asebi se e kan fata opo bi ka se ko ye fun
Raman obi enfa tuma Mahama audio kan ye board audio ni nyina wa ha. We play the entire audio. We play that Obia and Flash into ma. The point and they say you are entitled to your opinion. You are entitled to your opinion, but I don't like the linkage of you blaming the media. Say and Tokabisi Ghana. Kwabena Duffuor a media ni. Media Foundation for West Africa, CSO a media ni. Franklin Kujo a media. So many people are saying. That's why you're also expressing your opinion.
To you kwama for media ni o me silent opinion man commenting but this media ba ku bi and the fast feed you e ka say na happy baby the media ku omo abaya fa omo de ekoso a omo kawo then you know team uton toss once uton me
Raman yana Raman yana ma ano boni siwa. Aha,
uton toss menu 10 cedi amera ma misma ton toss menu 10 cedi uton mo money baku 20 cedi za misma ton mo money baku 20 cedi ntiye nyina yetim ntina na go onya do pe opa on fo Ghana sika nyina ko tupu na o twajantum ye nyina yetim ye nyina na ebre me da san ko pon kamo
Raman na motire kan Raman so da sie pa anti aha na de course ni na be si me call po na announcement baako menu bi order atum na sana ye be so rezopo
Kenkalu, only Manucho, Mabo Juma, Nyamishram. You guys have done a wonderful job because I was listening to the show and I'm said, Otaka Sasa, and say, sure, no, oh, inside her, who teared the rough and then me feel it, me Bluetooth to Shamasu, me where you not seeing, I'm teams, I enjoy rough, Edepa, Timabo Juma. But my main corrector, DB, said, Raman points na no miki and go back and forth. Manu, as I said, TSA, areas no ubia opinion. Uyase unya akwalane she uyema ye odia ba unya woni tu wiase a eyobi adia Mahama media na man opportunity ana okotena Akina radio Akina FM
Techima
yeah ena okotena ho na okasai the same media na asin to kwabe ba efri homo no asema okan ye no ena obi a kire na adwen wo ho so you have the right to your opinion. But we can say na media for nya hwe wa asemwe mu o se ade na ye do or die nti wo say the okan na nkyere say ye kokon the okan na nkyere say ye ntwe sika ni tu nkokon. That is your opinion, that is your interpretation. Fantastic. Obi adu ni but o call to the point I feel okay say media nipa dodo akasa fa sa de hu no emu senkra na media. The media only brings out the news from the newsmakers. You can be a newsmaker. Say Francis say Kalusha Ashim assume the news is about you are the newsmaker. Benefsin spoke. Kwabena Duffuor I mean the assertion in the NDC circles. Intina me bo Kwabena Duffuor. Yes, Kwabena Duffuor episode or no be pre-presidential we ni bi. Intina o ka say Kwabena Duffuor be all by him for fine. But for no to nche no kra no beba onya mai but or ye nipa no so aka no opinion. A lot of people have spoken. me kra menti say menti President Akufo speech but then no be catch him owura kanasa for yiri aye na say President Akufo so abekasa sesen menti but obi a one opinion ntimi me stress say yen separated the speech from the media. The media is out there to bring the news. Nanado Kokan, all die be die. Wasn't it the same media that brought it out? Wasn't the same people that were talking on Mukasaya ya condemn? And I said it yesterday on my show. Obi or Tia Rock FM in himself Nanado can all die be die. We condemned it in no uncertain terms. And he said Mahama can't do or die. So we have to condemn it in no uncertain terms. But who opinion? Obi a no opinion. I say don't katia ba. I say wa won't ask na chere say ko blame English teacher. That is a assertion of say idiomatic expression. But we have to know say on say assembly our context now be use no. And your contextual meaning of every word, every phrase you use. Context be a bit me use no. So on say oba betimi utimi ka kire oba say ana odamfo ana obi say we crazy. Na mo di agro. But at the same time, before time, you can use crazy. Instead of because a non-verbal. You see, when he was talking, he was doing like this. He was hitting the studio table or desk, and he was hitting on the desk. So what does that mean? You are insinuating aggression, aggressiveness. If people are saying, I'll be on opinion, you can come out and say, okay, this is how people have interpreted it to me. But yes, Anna, me say, yeah, be vigilant. Period. Everybody can have the right to their own opinion. But blaming the media, I think it's very wrong because media now a man opportunity, and the media is there to bring everything. And I'm happy Olumai acknowledged that. Say, so over here and saying because MPP is in government, we hit on MPP more, and we have to because they are in government. Mahama did his part. We felt he wasn't doing a good job. We kicked him out. And we brought Nanado thinking Nanado was going to do the best for us. So if Nanado is not doing something right, the administration is not doing anything, we have to hit. That is what journalism is all about. In Tinami, I have a problem with people who pick and choose. Oh, where the NDC asem yebeka, MPP the enka, where the MPP asem yebeka, NDC the enka. If you do that, you are not helping Ghana. You are helping your political party. You are being myopic. Raman should understand, sir. We are doing our job, and we will continue to do our job, irrespective of where the news is coming from, whether from MPP, NDC, QPR, wherever. We will do our job professionally. Kalusha, recognize for JC and Augusta for Nasi. At long last, dear Mammy, Teresa for J. Yakopeno Crabre, Yakwakusino. I'm just coming from the Hope Cemetery. Yamia Dumbibia, Kososum Jim, or Yeda Abusian for Adofo, now sorry for Ubibia. Oh, nya kwan ba ya say him say an opportunity no how everybody would have come. They were nya kwanya man him so ochina obeba said the udika kan ochina na ye na nkasa e wo eye Mariners Park ho 52 South Queen Sigamon Avenue Shrewsbury MA into ochina eye no be sha ase anwumre eye nongotwe anwumre nongotwe na ye be hye eye na se ekopim ahomache donko 8 PM to 1 AM ochina ewo Shrewsbury Mariners Park am say ho de dodo na enim ho na hyehyɛ no ne say Thanksgiving ebe the following week because in say ura kana safoje SDA no awesome nti isan say ye ni ye ochina no the following Saturday and obekwa aseda sorry September 18th eno no ye Vernon Street 67 nti yeda obibia ase nti ochina nyame ya adoma say de waka na ura kana safoje yi nkwame amase nimpon Cecilia Chumasi eni Cecilia Mensa na eye ofori anane omunyina ye ma mi amase me yire Margaret formerly Chumasi, now Margaret Jemfi. Ne papa nimpon. Boga papa. Say ya unim dini bo. Ubo ne say.
Boga papa. Ene boga wa.
Ene boga wa. Ti ochina almost so tena se masi ye 152 Main Street Shrewsbury. Nti ochina no aye merry go round. On the measure no. Madam for bako onu so ye Chelsea ni ampon for Imo onu so ye ni papa yi ochina nti ochina yi ne ye mensantu fa ha no afa Worcester for there we do more last 2 weeks me ko programs mako 5 you know that's the beauty of Worcester sa na ye no nti ye nyina yintiki time out of a busy schedule ochina na da bia me kan say we nkoja sometimes ade nto a wo ko bi program a wonti ase ba ade to na TV no bi ama ho na bo say hey say na tie CNN New York Oba Kena Ibi. Sisi I call Oba funeral home maybe I did no SDA for new church now Mill Street no sign bar cemetery her friend was hey Opuni national they say the Worcester for some dosu sir and I'm so glad you win who say your dosu pa so that is the love is deep. We are community mutually. We have to help one another. Until China, Yenyama Ura Kanasa for J, Abra Oyen Yenyama Masi, Cecilia Chumesi, Cecilia Frimpong, Cecilia Mensa for Nane, and the Boga Papa Mark Chumesi, Yenyama almost Yenyama Imo, Ample for also ye Nepapa Yami Adma or China. You know, everybody doing program. Let's go and support Ochana. So say, well, Cape Cod or Kwanza. Ochana, we have to drive about 2 hours to Cape Cod for Bano birthday party, Christopher Kwesi birthday party before we come back to do the rounds and do the rest of the programs in Worcester. And that is Ochana big package. And weekend we a busy weekend. And now say Manu Jones we nyaya na yi ni sa o si weekend we niam ba fefam. Wa de waka. O si wakonom Remy juice. Radio ne my community benefit also akonum Remy juice wo Monica say me nua ba fie and also anom G day
me fit you me feel
Manu choba film me e na G can make us a G Guinness. Who can make a G Guinness? It's yummy at my weekend when you're come. It's support one another because that's how the community thrives. Yamin show Bibia, but then a special thanks to you and Manucho. Great job done.
All right.
And a girl be crack at him say, hey, now one who's to program is say open number and tea. And so application a coin ye be. Is a kunyo and them say me and German. Oh, it's now went to my saying because and then one number is a month for be say 2,000 times a wager more.
For that, what's it, Caro? We be out here soon out here in Edge Median. You better was Hannah did Median ever seen callers are more free Ghana. More free Hadirano. Yadama see you pa now. After Asadaka say call Miakasa Minya. Manucho Magadi Margarita Mempeme once Madudo crew Worcester Massachusetts Elizato Worcester version and our Worcester version of Elizato Masa Daso and Friday me fear me bow ti Rema Refi crab meeting any King Kalusha men am di edman who die who chairman mo am so mo send messages our Facebook no kwasi owusu mame aba nkoma and a royal baby and also the munina ase say mo be kan homa di djumadi e ba ye seven also o si nucho bo wa it is painful say manucho na ne bofu also some of the buy and Frances Punamani munya mo journey live on Facebook how they did made in besi made once again is King Kalusha me na di djumadi hu chairman and bomodian enche da ni akọ Peace FM na akọfa Peace FM News yakopon yadma ne efiadanti ocha memenda ocha memenda awia no nan ekopim nonum no sha lawyer Stella Ankwafo say or the immigration issue the question bia wo immigration bia no ocha bomodian na chocho ocha 4 to 5 lawyer Stella Ankwafo and in be sha adwumedie no bra obebe cheche immigration no my change immigration until yeah one bra na questions bia won bia no na watro medu say obebi say obebi bia fide na tum another telephone na tum am also be some questions bia na bia etumi akoso. Once again my name has been Kalusha. Thank you for listening. When you say a prayer, say one for me because I need that one. Bye bye for now. Until we meet up again on Monday. God bless. Say a prayer. Say one for me because I need that one. Bye bye for now. Until we meet up again on Monday. God bless. Say a prayer. Say one for me because I need that one.
Assembly members any enkroto ahodo atwa ho no mo ahia ene ba bi tu galamsey titru ena afa wo mo ma no duru bunu mu anim se obi amomode entire ban nachi se na be asa ni so ade hu na ban ede be no ebetimi agina ne so abanfa so ama wo mo ma yen de mining concessions na krofo o2 no illegally no galamsey yes wo say no reclaim nti abana